Good evening, ladies and gents, and welcome back to this week's GKP Live. Hope everybody's good and had a good week up to press. Usual thing. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back, everyone. How's it going, Des? You good?
Yeah, can't complain. Can't complain.
No, I was just listening if you got peace and tranquility in the house.
Oh, yeah. I'll set them upstairs.
We didn't have a minute ago. God damn. My granddaughter just kicked off big time. She just did the mega roll. Absolutely screamed the house down. Angry. Top of fist going at lot.
You bring out the worst in people.
Pass them back and say, see you later, love. Dave Straight says, hi, gang. Good evening, bud. Thank you very much for joining us. Says Budget Pondkeeper. Good evening. Clive Steer says, greeting Earthlings. Nanu. ANC says, good evening with a wave. And everybody else that said good evening. Welcome to everybody else who joined us. And I put your comments up earlier on. Tonight, we are going to be doing the Goshke, however you want to pronounce it, Koi Appreciation, which will be coming later on. There are quite a few been sent in and some pretty nice ones as well. Other than that, Daz, what's been happening with you this week?
Fry, more fry.
Fry. There's a lot to fry there, Daz. Now, we was saying, and remind me, mate, because I would like to run it past Rick, what he reckons the pure white ones will be. Because I've never seen the like platinum white.
Yeah.
Like that. I've never ever seen fry like that before. They've normally always had some kind of
Yeah, I've never seen them like that.
orangey yellow colour to them, or like a darker coloured. I've never seen what looks like platinum white. They just look almost translucent, don't they, with eyeball? And I've never seen that before. Be interesting to say or to hear what he thinks they might be. But yeah, remind me to ask him when he does come on. Should he come on if he joins us? Yeah, he did send me a message earlier saying, won a whole crate of beer. Yes,
You won't see him then.
He might not come on. He might just be getting shit-faced, which I don't blame him if he does. Simon Shears says it's great when you can give them back. 100%, mate. 100%. As much as I love them, I love passing them back. It's great.
I should give mine back.
Mackay with a pink wave. Sharpie Soy says, evening all, hope everyone is good. How's it going, mate? Hope you're well.
You're right, Sharpie.
Jig says, has Daz had a blue rinse? It does. I think what that might be, Jig, is the blue lighting. There we go. The blue lighting from the side. Has he had a blue rinse?
Nice
like a purple rinse, like the older ladies used to have. Not saying they don't anymore.
I'm starting a new fashion.
Probably, I'm going to stop there anyway. Storyteller says, evening all, in Egypt this week, loving life. Good to see you and Daz. Hopefully to see you both soon. Ben, you're looking bugger, man. Are you watching us in Egypt? No way. There's got to be more. There's got to be a bar open somewhere, mate, so you can go. I mean,
I don't think you can drink in Egypt, can you?
Egypt. I don't know. They're an hour ahead, an hour behind. Sitting on side of somewhere, watching the GKP in Egypt.
Yes.
Could be racing camels or out, mate. Could be doing anything. Hey, up, there we go. How's it going, Matt? How are you well, mate?
Evening, Matt.
Good, thank you. Hang on, let me just turn the volume up. Got you.
You need to. Oh, right. I want to say it.
Where's the pilot team?
Up north, Coy. I was just having a quick flick through on your video this evening, mate. Looking pretty smart and neat and tidy. That new, the new grow on that you're doing, looking pretty good, mate. And I've got to admit, mate, that pond of yours is looking crystal clear, man. Absolutely spotless. I'll show you later, Daz.
Is that the one that was drained? The herons have come back to.
No, it's up North Coy Pond. Size pond.
Sorry.
Fish are looking banging in it and all. Absolutely mint. I just had a quick fluke because I just wanted to. It said on something foam, and I remember him saying the other week that he was going to switch out all his media that he got in there and just have it as a foam backy shower. So basically, instead of cascading over media, he's just replaced it all with foam. So
yeah,
different. Did you go different tiers all the way through? Each tier with a different grade of foam, or did you just go straight in with, different one in the top and then still having media in the second and the third? Curious.
Ryan Stoddart uses a similar.
That's pretty much how he runs all his filtration system. Yeah, from what I saw on the little video that he did with Lee, he has the black foam matting on the top one, and then pumice in the second and the third, and then it literally just returns, and that's his filtration.
Yeah,
removes the waste and the bulk out with the foam, and then beneficial.
I was going to try and do something similar a while back, but I couldn't get hold of pumice. Couldn't get it anywhere.
Yeah, it's not something you see often anywhere, is it? You don't really see it in shops or whatever. You're in koi shops, do you? That per se. No. Apparently, it's supposed to be quite soft though and breaks down after time, but
it does. Yeah, if you squeeze it really hard, you can just crush it.
So does Alpha Glog. Everybody says that breaks down. I've been running it for 6-7 years in all my tanks, and it's all
Alpha Glog.
Alpha Glog.
Yeah, I've been using that for 4 years, and it's still as hard as I am.
Well, the secret is with the Alpha Glog, and the dealers will hate me for saying it, is because the margin you make on a bag of Alpha Glog is £1.40. So why would a dealer want to be selling Alpha Glog and making £1.40 when they can sell a higher rated product or valued product? So that's the reason why. Alpha Glog, like I say, I've had it for years and years and years, and if I took off my lid off all my backy showers, it is like it was the day I put it in there. Like if you can find it, in fact, my wholesalers have actually stopped selling it because when you think about it, if they're making £1 a bag on it, why do they want to worry about packing it all up and shipping it all out?
Well, it's a waste. Alpha grog's a waste byproduct, isn't it? It's a waste byproduct. So really, the packaging side of it might cost and the shipping of it out, but it is a waste byproduct. So technically, it's profit from waste.
Yeah.
But
I was always under the impression that after a while it got clogged up, alpha grog, and it stopped being effective.
I probably would do if you were running at a low speed, if you're using it more like a trickle tower.
Right.
That's how I've had it in mine, mate. It's just mine's in as a trickle tower, but the first time I put it in, at end of 12 months, I took it all out and I thought, there's nothing on this. It's spotless.
Yeah.
But I have it so that it can trickle down over top, and then there's a grid in the bottom which gives, I don't know, maybe 150 mil at the bottom, which is just a void for the water then to come out of, and then a drain off tap on bottom of it. So I always drain it off every time I do a clean or a filter clean. I drain that little bit of waste water out till it runs clear, and then just start it back up again by cleaning the mechanical filtration sponges on top. And when I've taken it all back out, I've dug that right down and gone down like 2 foot inside barrel, and it's still crystal clear. So I'm just using it as a trickle tower. It seems to be all right for me. There is some muck gets in there, but that flush out at the bottom. So
yeah.
Gaz, how did you get on the other day? We were talking about Ozone when you were going to try and get hold of somebody to come online. Did you actually manage to get anybody?
About the Ozone? No.
Yeah.
I mean, Rick seems to know quite a bit about it, and I know there has been several people out there on YouTube that all said they were going to give the Ozone a try and give it a good review, but I've not heard a single review from any of them or anything about whether or not it's any good or whether it's any bad or not. But I'm guessing that sometimes it might be a case that they're going to try it for 12 months and then give an opinion on it. So it could be
just strange. Now, this week I've had 2 people now. Hi, Captain Pirate. How are you doing?
I'm all right, mate. Quiz winner. Well, I won the beer.
Pops with fancy dress.
I have no idea, mate.
So you won the beer for the fancy dress, then?
Well, for the quiz, I don't really know.
Just handed it to you.
She's trying to get rid of me. Vince already has, I think. You go for it. I get loads of fan mail now, won't I?
Yeah. You could get tons.
I could get tons. Yeah.
This is what
Sorry, I'm late, by the way.
This is what Rick will do to win a crate of beer.
Beer.
Look at that. You've got eyeshadow, mascara on a lot there, haven't you? You went full on, didn't you? Yeah.
I cut the beard special. Yeah. Full on.
I laughed for about 2 hours last night, mate. Every day.
Is that a pirate? It looks like me nan.
Yeah. Well, I literally walked in from work and then, yeah. No one else was dressed up.
That was a football top, wasn't it? A football jumper that you caught. Football top.
We got a cover full of stuff.
So there you go.
Vicky, do you know anybody that's running Ozone?
A few people, but not many people properly.
You're wearing flippers.
Right. There we go. Here we go. Go for it, Rick. How should it be run? I don't know anything about the stuff at all, to be fair. I don't know. I've never used it. I know of some people that are using it, but I don't know whether or not they're still using it. Whether or not they've had any good experience with it or not.
It needs to be run really in a separate chamber, as it were. Obviously, like your UV separate,
So the ones that I know, sorry, Ricky, the ones I know that are using it with protein skimmer.
Yeah, so you can use it anywhere. So you're not going to the ozone itself. Obviously, the third molecule oxygen will kill pretty much anything. So to use it properly, it's used more in marine setups and whatever. But yeah, I don't know. That every few years there's a spate of people using it, little units, and it sort of comes back in vogue, and then it just disappears again. And you think, well, if it was doing such an amazing job, why does it always disappear?
The one
it's got its place. I mean,
go on, mate.
If you want to if you want to sterilize water, if you want to, basically using water treatment. If you want to sterilize water, it's one of the best ways of doing it. But then you've got to wait for that to sort of gas off, be removed, whatever, to incorporate it back into the system, in a sort of koi pond where you're relying on a balance of bacteria, just all those elements in your water. It's kind of sort. It's one of those. Yes, it can have positive effects on some aspects, but the proper setups are a lot of money, and then you get these cheap ones that pop out now and again that just bubble ozone into a corner of your pond or in a filter chamber, and it's kind of it's not really doing the job. You're just doing part of the job. It's like having a little pump putting a little bit of water through a UV that's not really part of the system or whatever. It's one of those. It's an extra cost.
Although it will be doing a little bit, but it's not doing what it really should be doing.
It depends on what you're trying to achieve, isn't it? I mean, if you're trying to sterilise your water, then it is used properly. It's phenomenal. It will kill viruses, bacteria. It will kill basically anything. But why are you trying to sterilise your water?
The customer that's got it, he installed it 2 years ago, and he has not since had any parasites at all. His water, and you'll see it in the Koi Perspective, the magazine, because Joe came down and done a film on it.
Yeah.
And the fish look like they're actually flying through the water, not swimming, just like you haven't got any water there. They're just, it's weird. It's really weird viewing them, because it does just literally, there's nothing. It's just it's just they're there moving around in this.
The filtration on the pond must be exceptional. It's not you're not going to get all out just because you've got ozone running.
No, but he has got 3 drums running on that system.
So he's got 3 drums running. So it's already
so
an impressive system.
But that's only going to remove the fines from the water.
Well, the drums remove everything. Yeah, but if a system's running right, you can have that water clarity and quality without ozone. I'm not saying if he's running a proper ozone plant, then if he's doing it, it's not like a little 20 quid bubbler thing you stick in the corner.
No, but his unit will probably cost $4,500, something like that.
So he's got 3 drums running on a pond. He's got $4,500 ozone unit. So his water's going to be, tap water spec almost.
Anyway,
in terms
should be.
But then when you go and buy a £1,000 fish and you've got a dozen of them in your pond, why wouldn't you? Surely.
If you were spending big money on fish, you want to make sure that they're in the best possible conditions you really can, don't
you? Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But is that the best possible conditions? Is that pond?
Is it too sterile? Are you going too far the opposite way, making them a weaker fish if you do bring anything in?
It's one of those. At the end of the day, you might find that system, you could turn the ozone off, and it's exactly the same. He might not have any parasite problems in there for 3 years because he's got the pond is banging. I take it it's probably heated as well.
He is now, yeah. But and you'll see it on the magazine, because it's just amazing what he's done. He's a tinkerer. He plays with cars, or I shouldn't say cars, beetles, converts the beetles and restores them. And he just sits there every night looking, reading and adapting things and improving on it. So
Tinkering.
yeah, so you need to have the ability to do that and to work it out. And like he's saying, he's adjusting it, and he may go up 10% or down 10%. And he's saying, I've just been talking to him again tonight, and he's telling me stuff that's literally just going straight over the top of my head, because I've not got a clue what he's talking about. And I think that's the problem with the ozone. Nobody really understands it to actually say it is working, because you hear on one part that people say it doesn't kill parasites, but it does kill the free swimming parasites. But if you've got
the whole point of ozone is it can only kill whatever's in the water where the ozone is. You can't have ozone in with a fish, because you're going to be damaging the fish.
Yeah.
That third molecule of oxygen is basically, so when ozone is just adding an extra molecule of oxygen that wants to escape. So as soon as that comes across organic matter or a virus or bacteria, it bonds to that and it kills it. But if it bonds to fish, it will damage the fish. So it will damage any organic stuff. So you can have a chamber where you're sterilizing that water. So any parasites or bacterial viruses or organic matter going through that chamber, it will be dealt with.
Yeah.
But you're not, it can't, if it's going back into the pond with the fish, then you're basically going to be damaging the fish continually. So they wouldn't look like they do.
So over a period of time, if it's say a 6-month window and you have got flukes on all your fish in the water column and on the side of the pond, over a set period, whether it be 1 month, 6 weeks, 6 years, whatever, it's going to reduce those parasite numbers eventually, isn't it?
It will reduce the numbers, so will UV, as will pretty much anything, as will the drum to a degree if you've got a but the point is it will not affect the parasites on the fish in the pond. You're not going to kill flukes on those fish if they've got flukes.
But how long will it?
Only parasites that are free swimming that go through the system and go
end up
through
basically end up. So if you can get a UV sterilizer. So basically, the UVs we use to kill algae, you can get a better quality one that sterilizes everything, and that will do exactly the same thing as ozone will. There's different. You can only kill a bug that is in that scenario, in that place. You can't kill it on the fish, but you can create a better environment so the fish deal with it themselves. If he's got a pond that's running, at a good temperature with serious amounts of filtration, he's careful what he puts in. Those fish, even if he did put a fish in there with a problem, they're going to live. They'll just deal with it. They're not under enough stress from any other reason, so they'll live. They'll be fine. The problems you have with parasites generally are overstocking, water quality conditions, temperatures that are stressing the fish and leaving them open to these issues. So his environment, he's given the fish an amazing environment, so they'll generally just deal with it.
This sounds a stupid question. I'm good at that tonight. If a fish has got 50 flukes on it, if there's no flukes in the water column, only that these 50 flukes exist on this one fish, over a period of time, will those flukes eradicate themselves by age, by going into a free swimming state and get nuked?
No, because they'll multiply on the fish. So live bearing flukes will have, quite often they'll have a young inside them and a young inside that young. So you can have 50 flukes can become 500 flukes very quickly. But what they do is also they're generally on the fish, and they get, when fish come together and they're mucus, so they'll transfer, but they also have got limited eyesight, so they see shadow. So if they are in the water column, they then literally head up towards the shadow, as leeches, a lot of parasites will. So they literally come up and attach to the fish. So any that goes through the system will be killed off. And that's pretty much most filtration to some degree. The UV will knock them on the head. But obviously the setup he's got is that much better. Flukes are probably one of they'll stay on the fish and pass from fish to fish and multiply on the fish without going through your system, whereas something like white spot or whatever is much more. When the adult pops and releases 10,000 spores, they all go off to try and find a new host. And also, if you've got a good flow and that water's going through a sterilizing system, then you won't eradicate it, but you reduce the numbers to the point where the fish just deal with it. It's not an issue. And that's that's kind of the bonus side of it. But yeah, if he's never had a parasite issue, it's probably much more to his credit that he's given the fish a really good environment, as opposed to the ozone itself. The ozone is part of that environment he's creating, as is the 4 drums and the low stock level and the water quality and all the rest of it.
So in your eyes, is it a myth then in your eyes that if you've got an ozone, you ain't going to have any parasites?
It is a myth, because at the end of the day, that ozone is only going to be killing parasites in part of the system. So you will reduce the numbers and you will create better water quality. The fish will be in a better health, better state to deal with it. But you're not by having an ozone generator running, you're not going to kill the flukes on the fish.
Everything.
Otherwise, if you've got enough ozone in the system to kill the flukes on the fish, you'll be killing the fish.
Yeah.
It's the same as anything. You can't. It doesn't travel into the system and get into the fish's mucus and whatever. So he's basically creating a very good environment, and the fish are just obviously dealing with any issues they've got. Aren't issues, are they? They just deal with it.
I've got a question, Ricky. When you get fungus on the eggs, which I struggle with at the moment, would the ozone wipe out the fungus?
It would kill, so fungal spores will be in the water column. So the cleaner the environment, the less problem you'll have with fungus. But once it's on the eggs, you'll still get it transferring. If you've got lots of eggs in a tight area, you'll still get fungus transfer, but it'll be less of a problem and you'll have less spores to start with. So if you're using clean grids to put the eggs on, and your water's got no fungal spores in it because you've got ozone running, then you're not going to have the same problem.
So that would
what about Virkon? Would Virkon work? Because that cleans the water.
Virkon will possibly to a degree. You can,
Bacterial.
I don't know how good it. Virkon's more. It's more viral. It's designed as a viral.
Rather than
it's a disinfectant. So yes, it would probably sterilise stuff. So you've got a window when the eggs are quite tolerant of chemicals like malachite, so you can use malachite to kill the fungus. If they hatch in malachite, they're going to die pretty much instantly. You can use methylene blue to do the same thing. You could probably use Virkon to do the same thing, but you just got to be careful. So when they're hatching, they're super sensitive to anything in the water. So the thing in the environment, obviously, which is why our hatchery, we start with tap water. Then I do stuff to the tap water to make it better for the fish, as it were. Start with a very clean environment. When we use grid, like our hatching bags, the first time we use them, we tend to have no fungus at all because there's just none in the system. But if we use them a second time, a few weeks later, months later, whatever, obviously those fungal spores are starting to build up because the bags are becoming a little bit dirty, as it were. So you will start to see more. The fungus will develop faster. But not generally. If the eggs themselves, it doesn't matter if the bad ones are rotten out of fungus. If they're spread out enough, it doesn't affect the good eggs. It only affects the good eggs.
That was the biggest downfall, wasn't it? They were too close. When we watched how, I know we're off the topic a little bit, but when we watched how much you spread a small amount around, we put way more on than that. So they were pretty much millimeters apart rather than.
That was like a thick layer stuck to the mat.
The problem is if eggs will touch each other, obviously a bad one will always fungus out, and that fungus will then it will literally within a little circle of that bad egg will then affect the next egg and the next egg, and it will just go through killing everything. So the more dispersed they are, the better. But obviously if the egg quality is good, you have less problem. Just fertility is good. All these different things you can do to make it stack in your favor. But if we get a patch that's too dense, you can pretty much guarantee it will just rot out unless they're like 99.9% good, in which case it's just like a wall of eyes.
Green fuzz,
So you need, that's why like the mats you put the eggs on want to be like 3D, like 3-dimensional almost. So you're not just covering the surface, you're covering that surface becomes
Yeah,
spreads
they want
out.
to be able to stick all around it on every
Yeah,
like on a
it's- yeah.
single strand.
It's like the brushes and stuff are quite good for putting the eggs back on. I don't like the brushes for the fish to spawn on, but actually to put the eggs on, because you've got such a 3D effect from the brush that the eggs naturally spread out.
Yeah, so they get more space.
I did a much better hatch rate actually off the brushes, than
the other bits.
Natural
Yeah,
material.
well, the reason we use the grids is because the eggs and the milk both sink. You get a better fertility rate when they all layer down.
Yeah.
But obviously then you have the problem that you end up with them layered. So the bags themselves then open out and create, so we get sort of the best of both. You get the good fertility, then the bags open out, and then you get the space between the eggs. You don't have the problem of them all sort of rotting or whatever.
Yeah.
So, Ricky, with the fungal, with the fungal that you're talking, it's a Ricky night tonight, being
It
bombarded.
seems like it, mate. I've not even had a beer yet. Jesus.
That's why it's best to get the questions in beforehand.
All right, get them in now. Keep me busy. Right,
So, it's back onto the ozone then with the fungal and bacterial and viral. So, if you did have that in your pond, are you going to remove most of the risk of having ulcers and stuff like that and fungal infections?
The fungus, yes. Ulcers, no. Ulcers are more fish-to-fish contact, and they're in the
Ulcers
bad.
Ulcers are something bursting out of the fish, aren't they?
Yeah, they're normally bloodborne, so the
Infection.
bacteria is in the fish and gets passed from fish to fish through contact, physical contact in the pond. So you might make it less of an outbreak, but if you've got an outbreak, you're still going to have an outbreak. Fungal side of it, much better because you've got a much cleaner environment. There's nothing, A, the spores are being killed. B, there's not a lot for the spores. Fungus is just breaking down detritus. That's what it's there for. And if you've got no detritus in your pond, you're not going to have much in the way of fungus in your pond. So, yeah. And again, viral thing, it's one of those. If you introduce a fish to your mate's pond that's absolutely mint and it's got KHV, it's still going to have the same effect. It will go fish to fish. You're not going to stop a problem like that by having a really good environment. It will kill the fish through the whole lot. The only benefit you've got is reducing the load, as it were. So you reduce the bacterial load, you'll reduce the fungal load, you'll reduce any parasites, but you're still, if you put something deadly in there, it's still going to go fish to fish. It's one of those things. So, and the chances are a guy with a setup like that is probably going to be quite picky. He's not going to buy fish from all over the place and bung loads of crap in there, is he? He's probably going to be selecting fish from good dealers where the fish are already starting life in a healthy way. So, he's doing everything you perhaps should do if money was kind of no object. Because if money was no object, we'd all have ponds running drums and RO or Oasis, Ozone or whatever, and we'd have UVs that you'd create that perfect environment.
Yeah,
but you don't. We can't. There's farms in Japan that run pure oxygen into the ponds. That's another thing that the fish are happier for it. Can we afford to do it? No, but
they use it in tropical tanks, don't they? CO2.
You can run pure oxygen in
plants and everything.
You shouldn't run. You wouldn't want to be putting CO2. You wouldn't be putting carbon dioxide into a pond with your koi, but you can run pure oxygen into a pond with your koi. But again, it's one of those things. You get to a point where you create an environment that is so perfect, those fish might be okay at it. But the first time if he took his fish to a show, the water in the show vat is as much work as they do is not going to be as good as the water in his pond. After 2 days sat in a vat, those fish are going to have the right arm.
That's what I was saying. As I was saying earlier on, it's like at hospitals, isn't it? They keep them super clean, and then all of a sudden they get a super virus that they can't control because it's immune to everything.
Yeah, it's one of those. You can create stronger fish by exposing them to lots of things and putting them in environment, but generally what happens then is the very best tend to be the weakest, so you lose those fish and you end up with your ghosties and your carp and your chags thriving, whereas actually your absolute top end shower killed over.
Yeah.
There isn't a perfect answer. I think stressing fish, small amounts of stress, regular, actually create a stronger fish. From our point of view, to sell the fish, to pass on to customers, but it's got to be done in the right way. Something like sleeping sickness, handled in the right way, is basically zero losses. It's just something you can put them through, and it just toughens them up. Do it in the wrong way, and you've got mass mortality. You can have horrendous problems. We do it as humans, don't we? We vaccinate our kids. And you get to the point where mumps and a lot of these diseases, people don't vaccinate kids anymore because it's almost disappeared. But then it suddenly resurfaces because it's disappeared because everyone was vaccinated, and there's no breed left for that day. That's dinner. But yeah, it sounds like matey's got an absolutely banging pond, and I'm running. It'd be interesting for him to shut the ozone off and just see if the water does change. The water clarity will be for the drums, but obviously the ozone will also help the water quality done in the right way. And it does work. I'm not saying it. It's just, is it suitable for most people? No. Is it suitable for a hobbyist that's got enough knowledge, enough skill, enough time, enough money? Yes. Same as our own. Exactly the same.
It is going to be interesting because we've got 3 different people now. One I don't know the situation with. Second one that's had parasites and fighting parasites, although his pond is pristine. Maintenance side of it, he's always on top of it, etc., but he struggled with parasites. And this other guy that's got the ozone in there, he has had no parasites at all. And for me to ask him to turn off the ozone and see if you do get parasites,
I'm not saying to see if you get parasites.
That doesn't necessarily mean that he's not had parasites because of his ozone. I didn't have any parasites up till for the first 3 years of having my pond. I never had any parasites at all, and it wasn't that I wasn't checking. I never had any problems or any issues. And then you go somewhere, get one fish, bring it in, and that's it. Boom, they're away out there. They're off.
I don't believe a pond doesn't have parasites in it. Every
fish will carry. That's the thing.
They'll all carry them, but whether or not they're showing signs of having a parasite, which makes you think, right, I need to check for them. And when you do a scrape and you do 5 fish, and you get a negative on all 5 fish, you're not finding enough. It could be the case that you're just not finding a parasite on that scrape that you're doing, but you'd think, one from either side, one from underside, 3 scrapes per fish, 5 fish, not your pond's clean. But I agree with what you're saying. It's likelihood it's probably, if there is any in there, they're in such small numbers, it's not affecting the fish. They're not showing any stress from it. No, but then you go to opposite scale and go over it.
What you said then, guys, is spot on about doing, say, 5 fish. Now, I've loads of people in the past that they've done a scrape on or multiple scrapes on 5 fish, and then they've found what they class as a culprit. They have found one fluke. So the next day, they're in there treating the pond for flukes. And is there a need to? Because as we know, those flukes are in there. You could be just lucky to find that one particular fluke. And now you think you've got an outbreak of flukes in there, and you're going to put the fish under all that undue stress, giving them the treatment, and you're probably doing them more harm.
But then if you go to opposite extreme and you take your first fish out and you do a scrape and you put it under slide and you look there and there's a rave going on and there's fluke all over the place, that's when you know you've got problems, which is last time I scraped, that's what it was like. As soon as I put it on, I thought, shit, man. Sorry,
that's happy fish or whatever. So if we have someone do a scrape and they find a fluke, I'll tell them, well, just be aware of it. If your fish look mint, they're happy, there's no panic. But you know that obviously you have got flukes in there. But it also comes down to the treatments aren't particularly effective. So you're saying, Matt, you got one, that customer's pond's really good, but he's had parasite issues. You might be having recurring fluke and trike problems because he's never actually eradicating them. He's treating them and removing 70, 80, 90% of them. But there's always the resistant ones keep on, and they become more and more resistant to those treatments. So that problem just rolls on and rolls on and rolls on. But there's probably an underlying reason why that problem keeps occurring. and him putting ozone on will be a positive, because you'll be taking out X amount of the load of whatever parasite, and certainly something like trichodina that's a lot more in the water column. Yes, you will make a healthier environment done right, but it won't solve a problem if he's got flukes. If there's an issue with his water chemistry, or he's got a type of fluke in his pond that is just resistant to praziquantel or flubenzidol or whatever. We've only got licensed in this country 3 treatments to kill flukes. So if he's got a strain of fluke that's pretty resistant to those, he's just going to go round and round in circles forevermore. So
yeah. Do you think when like a question within the question, do you think when you've got like flukes in a pond, do you think you can have one particular fish that is the foundations of the actual problem, and that one particular fish always seems to be the one that constantly seems to feed everybody else with the parasites again and again and again, and that one, or do you reckon it's a bunch of fish?
No, you quite often will have.
Can you have a problematic parasite riddled fish?
You can, if
That's
one's
always
particularly
susceptible.
well. Yeah, you quite often you look at a pond and there'll be one fish that's mucused up, unhappy, for whatever reason. Its immune system's just not working very well. It's alive, but it's just, and obviously when they've got that really heavy mucus, when they're sitting about stressed, that it's much harder to kill the flukes or whatever parasite on that fish.
What would be the solution then? Do you remove that fish and then it becomes the next weakest fish? And
no, because you shouldn't. Then there shouldn't be a next weakest fish. If you've got one that's a problem, you can remove it and put it into an environment
and give it a
strong bath,
treatment to itself, and then
deal with it and find out why that fish is a problem. It's people are the same. Some people that have recurring cold sores or whatever, their immune system's just not dealing with something. Whether it's wounds that don't heal or whether they have problems with, and you will sometimes have a particular fish that's just an issue, and you're clearing the flukes or you're clearing the parasite on the majority of the fish, but you're not clearing on that because that one's not helping itself. It's heavy mucus, its immune system's not working, and it's much harder for those chemicals to penetrate a big fat layer of mucus than it is the healthy fish. And the healthy fish, their immune system's dealing with these things anyway. So you can have that fish, and if you've got that fish, you then get to a point where do you take it out and give it a super strong salt bath, knock the mucus off of it, and do a kill or cure type of. I'm going to make sure it's not got flukes or it's not got whatever problem, and you get some fish that carry white spot, and they'll do the same thing with white spot. It just seems to be embedded in them. And every time that fish gets stressed, it comes out a white spot and then affects the rest. You can treat for it, you get rid of it, but that fish is always got some sat deep in the skin, just ready to pop out. Whereas the other fish's immune system deals with it and kills it. So, and the more fish you've got, the more chance to grab one or two of those fish that are a problem. Temperature is probably one thing people don't talk about very much. And if you've got control of temperature, you've pretty much got control of most issues. And most people have. That's the thing, that stressor, a guy's pond that's running at 23 degrees, 12 months of the year. I've never had a problem. Yeah, because your fish are happy as Larry, aren't they? You've got them at that point where their immune system is fully fired up. They're not stressed because it's getting cold or hot, or they're just in a better environment, and that makes a big difference.
Simon Shears has put there, adding fish always causes parasitical issues that I've experienced. When you're buying from places that come with them, mate, it will. Even with the so-called quarantine bullshit, and I had fish from a main pond, but the main pond becomes twitchy and flicky. So 3 days PP, boom, boom, gone. Yeah, I mean, quarantining isn't bullshit, is it? Because if it was, then every fish that were in every store would never get quarantined and we'd all have problems continuously. So quarantine isn't BS. It's whether or not you're doing your quarantining right.
But even if you do your quarantining absolutely textbook to the book, and then you put the fish in, and it's carrying a virus that And there's loads of viruses. Everyone thinks, oh, okay, there's loads of viruses out there that are particularly, they might upset the fish for 72 hours. You might put the fish in there, and then the next day, all your fish are just looking a bit pink and upset. But that's, no amount of quarantine is going to stop that one fish that's carrying that virus. It's going to, when it goes in there and gets stressed, it will get passed on. But it's one of those things. At the end of the day, if it's not a major problem, those fish just deal with it. They might have a few days where they're not as happy, might look a bit pink or whatever, and then they're fine.
But his parasites aren't really something that you're quarantining for, is it? I mean, it's not parasites. Parasites, as you said, are in every pond. Everybody's got parasites in the pond. If it's coming from a farm, if it's coming from a shop, if it's coming from a store, the likelihood is they've all got parasites and will come with parasites.
Yeah, but you still want to quarantine for it. You don't want to introduce white spot. You could, by putting that fish in quarantine, you could bring out the white spot on that fish, deal with it, done, rather than putting it in your 5,000 gallon pond
and then having to treat everything. Yeah.
And
treat on a smaller size. Yeah.
Look, when was the last time you saw a white spot? I haven't seen any this year.
A while, but we have a problem with shishuis with white spot for some reason. It's something that is inherent. They're either super susceptible to it or the ones that carry it. And you quite often will do a pond back end of the winter, and you might harvest it, and there'll be 6 shishuis that have got bloody white spot on them. Nothing else. Everything else is absolutely fine, but those shishuis, and you end up, whether that's Deutz doesn't help. I mean, white spot prefers Deutz fish anyway. It's a lot easier for it to embed and grow on those fish.
Yeah.
But
because it's weird, last year, I can remember last year, at the end of the year, every house or pond visit I did for scrapes, they were white spot. I hadn't seen it all year. And again, this year, I have not seen it yet at all on,
I had it last year in my main pond, white spot.
But it seemed to occur all at the same time.
Had it this year, but that's since having the heron coming around and nailing all his fish, and he's lost like 5 or 6 in his front and 7 or 8 of them in his back garden. Both ponds have started with white spot, and they were little grains of, call it like grains of salt, grains of sugar, whatever, and they were covered all over fish, absolutely tons of them. We give them a simple treatment, did it for a 7-day treatment, then a 7-day treatment following, completely gone and cleared up, one go, all sorted. Not an issue.
Didn't you say that, guys, that you had the heron at your place first and then he went to your dad's?
He did, mate. Yeah, literally. I scared him out of my garden. He was straight around to my dad's.
So you're paying the treatment, are you?
Well, I could have been the source, but yeah. But we put that down to a stress event because the fish were all stressed. I mean, white spots can be from temperature or stress events, can't it?
Yeah, crafty. I just see.
Anyway, there's been a question there for you for ages, but before we go any further and divert onto anything else.
Oh, guys, this. When I came in tonight, I saw a Cardiff, and I thought of crafty straight away.
Thanks very much.
Why have you crossed a mirror car?
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Why not?
I hope you're good, bud.
Why not? I mean, it all started. We watched that video. Was it Brady Barwood?
Yeah,
the American guy, and he was crossing some wild carp with some of his Kahaka, I think it was, and Sankey. And we thought we'd have a go at it ourselves. And first year, it produced some interesting fish. Don't get me wrong, they ain't going to win any shows.
It produced a shitload of mirror carp.
Yeah, it does. Yeah,
more than what you can imagine.
About 80% mirror carp. Well, the 20% that weren't mirror carp, there was some quite nice, interesting, completely different looking fish. And I just wanted to carry it on again this year, try some different varieties. Yeah, and then see where it goes. Use them for outcrossing with other varieties later on down the line. Because the thing we noticed, the speed of growth on them, they were at least twice as fast growing as before.
Yeah, they were way faster.
They got more vigor, they're faster growing. A bit more unrefined, obviously, but
it's a long-term project, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
It was to try and get something crossed in with something to see what it produced, to see if it made anything that was, ooh, wow, that's a little bit different. And it did. We got some Miracat Deutsch big scale fish that were completely orange on the underside, like a Shasui type.
We've got some blue Deutsch fish that have got Ginring scales. There's some beautiful looking fish. But it was like second and third generation that Brady really started to.
Well, he started pulling back full on Kahaku
real
with
colours coming out.
bigger bodies and bigger bone structures to them.
Yeah, so it's early days, but at the end of the day, I'm not looking to I'm not doing it for a living, so I'm playing around with it. Why not? It's all
You're enjoying, yeah.
Yeah.
So we crossed him with some longfinned fancy goldfish too.
Giant longfin saracens, whatever.
Oh, as I said at the very beginning, Rick, sorry mate, to be firing a question straight at you again. Dad's got some fry this time, and I kid you not, mate, they look platinum white. Pure platinum white.
With jet black eyes.
With jet black eyes. Have you ever seen fry that brilliant white before? Have you ever seen any of that? And if they are, what do they normally turn into?
Well, yeah, platinum's hatch white. Krashigoi hatch almost white.
Crashes.
So, so there's certain varieties that hatch, almost.
I think personally platinums, because there was I've got an Arawaki that's turned into a platinum, or the yellow's gone off it, and it could have been either that one or the white Ozone. It was one of the two females. I have a feeling it's probably the platinum. But the thing is, I've done other spawns from the platinum Arawaki, and they aren't white like that. They're yellow.
No, it depends on what cross you've done. So depends on what males are involved.
Yeah.
What base colour you got.
Right. More than likely it'll be the platinum Arawaki then.
Yeah, and obviously if it is platinum, they're just all white, literally, just pure white.
Cool. Thanks, Ricky.
Nice one. Right, then, let's see if that was the first one in here. So basically, Graham, it's a little bit of an experiment, and to see what happens with the future generations of crossing it back in. But if you think about it, if you cast your minds back, well, obviously not your minds, but go back centuries, the majority of them was all crossbred with Miracat originally. So it's like going back to the roots.
All the time they back cross with Magoi and such.
Well, lots of types, certain specific types are produced by using a Deutsch carp, aren't there?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's different stuff you can do, but it's generally to toughen them up, isn't it? So they use it for the growth or whatever. Matt, you're on mute if you're going to say anything.
I wasn't.
All right, fair enough. I'll let him know. Evening, Crafty. Sorry,
good evening, Ricky. Well,
evening, Crafty.
Evening, Dan.
Evening, Crafty.
Evening, Crafty.
How you got?
How you doing, bud?
I'm good, you?
I'm all right. Did you finish your text?
I was just wishing the father-in-law an happy birthday. Like,
very
he's
nice.
70. I said he looks 90, and I said happy birthday, big lad, and he's about 5'2".
Good evening, Lee. We might as well kick him off again. Good evening.
Evening, Lee.
What's happening, boys?
Quick question there from Claude, and he's put: should I replace or wash filter floss in my homemade filter box with Jack Mat and Alpha Grog? It is collecting all sorts, so it definitely works. Listen, Claude, at the end of the day, it depends how much you want to get out of it. Now, what I do with it, I jet wash mine off just once, and then I reuse it. But I can get it pure brilliant white by laying it down on a concrete floor and just blast the crap out of it. But you can't do it a second time because it normally blasts an hole straight through it. So you can clean it, but I do once and then bang it back in again, and then next time I replace it. So
put it in the washing machine with the white white, so that goes down really well.
Don't do that. Unless you want to get shot like Daz probably would do. Or did do. In fact, Daz put all his spawns through the washing machine. But yeah, I don't see why you couldn't, mate.
What, mate?
Saves on buying new rolls of it. Why did Rick get dressed as Vince? Budget pond keeper. Have that one, Vince. Oh, Chris Taylor says, "I'm sorry I can't give any input today in ICU, but we'll try and watch it. I hope everything's all right."
Yeah.
Well, man. Hope everything's good.
He put an SOS message out today, bless him.
Crap. Matt, wipe your camera. Give your lens a
We've
pulse.
tried this before, but
Apparently, you're a little bit frozen.
Yeah, if you saw what my laptop has to go through day in, day out when I'm visiting people, it's not surprising. Surprises not go crack against it.
you need to invest in some money in a bit more better tech, Matt. Tight as arseholes, mate.
Yeah, well, I'm not making the profits that some are.
It could actually be the lighting behind you with the light that's coming through, look, making the room look a bit more.
It's not. It's his camera.
Yeah.
It's your camera, Matt.
Yeah,
You know, one of those, what you need, Matt, is one of these.
I can't even.
No,
Yeah,
not
but I
your
can't
phone.
even- I can't even-
You ain't going to clean it by rubbing your greasy, oily fingers over it, are you?
But it's like recessed back in, so I can't even touch it anyway.
Creosote. That works
It's
well.
kind of recessed back in so you can't touch anyway. You can see a doctor for that one, mate. Back to your lens on your camera. Yeah, Daz's camera is knackered because it's covered in creosote. In fact, if you ever look at any of his videos that he does put together, in the far bottom right corner of the screen, you'll see a blurry patch, which is creosote underneath the lens. He's trying to get a new one.
I was talking to this bloody lot over there.
Don't blame me for you dropping your
Bounced it
phone
on
in
the fence
creosote.
while I'm painting some creosote, and the vibration knocked the phone straight into my bucket.
After he just had a new screen fade.
Yeah. 2 days later.
It's funny, guys. You got people in ICU. You got people in ICU listening to you. You got people on the M5 listening to you.
Have I?
I wonder where else. Yeah.
What got one dude in Egypt listening to us on holiday in Egypt.
Egypt.
Live Thursday night. Twisted Coin says a small ozone unit, so 120 quid. I tried and I gave it away as it killed all the biofilm on the media, and it was nowhere near the filtration. So shite then.
It's not. It's one of those. Got to be used correctly.
Yeah. No, but I mean, in that sense, for him, it wasn't particularly any good.
So one of my customers uses Ozone. He's put some comments in the chat earlier. Colin Holland. I seen his setup a couple of days back, and I must admit he hasn't scrimped on a couple of quid with the setup he's got. He does get flukes. He does get the odd bit of parasite action, but in hindsight, it's nowhere near as much as what it could be. He's, he watches his fish, and he's somebody that he buys fish. He's constantly turning his stock over, so he's going to have troubles. It doesn't eradicate the issue, but what I have seen is that you don't get such an infestation. Yeah. So, there's pros and cons to it.
I think that's right.
I reckon Paul Hutchinson here has got the best idea. My water would look mint and have no problems if I didn't feed the koi or have any koi.
Yeah.
Probably still go green.
Put Daphne in it.
There you go. Nothing that'd be perfect. Just a tub full of Daphne.
Sai says any permanent ozone unit has to be regulated with a redox controller. Different levels of ozone will do different things to the makeup of your water.
Yeah, agreed.
Okay.
I know when he had it, first of all, the surface of the water had this like blue haze to it. It was really weird.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's people that are worried, are interested enough to use ozone or to use RO or to use, sterilizing UV units, to know enough about water chemistry, water quality, fish health, generally the ponds are going to be better anyway because they're koi keepers that are involved to the point where they're on top of things.
Yeah.
So
So people have got too much time on their hands.
That's
that's
a
what
banger.
it's involved, isn't it?
Autistic koi keeper. I never had parasites until I got a microscope.
True.
Oh, dear.
But at the end of the day, you don't. If your fish, if the mucus looks good, they're feeding, they're happy, they're behaving right, you don't need to do a scrape, really, do you? Your fish tell you. At the end of the day, everyone that knows their fish and watches them will know what they should look like, and if you've got a problem, what they then look like.
Yeah, that Matzo cow back is my problem, Rick. I think I'm going to do the do or die treatment again for that particular one fish because it's just a
Special.
Humber
just
Coin.
that fish.
Humber Coin. Go and message Carl from CWD Ponds.
Shut up. Message me.
Oh, sorry, Matt. I didn't know you'd done them. Sorry, bro.
It's
Where's
funny.
the best place to buy a Boxwell liner from?
Give me-
None of the panel.
Give me a shout and I'll give you a price.
Safe style for your window, mate.
It's funny is because I gauge it. I see loads of forums where people saying people shutting their ponds down, it's too expensive to do it, etc., etc., etc. I've sold 43 box liners this week.
This week,
Mental.
I should start taking.
And your camera is still shit.
Yeah.
He's not upgraded that.
You outed yourself, dude.
Yeah.
But it's just amazing how many people are starting up this hobby.
Yeah.
Maybe, or they're using them for cannabis factories.
If only they knew.
Yeah.
Keep
Did you do
fish.
your auction Sunday, Lee? Am I missing
Pardon?
something? Did you not do your auction Sunday?
No,
16.
it's on the 16th.
Steve. Plug it if you want.
And Crafty didn't do his yesterday either, did he?
Pardon?
Crafty didn't do his yesterday either.
Ah, mate.
Nightmare, you lot.
It's on the 16th. So on the 10th, on Monday, my new Wi-Fi goes in. So obviously it's got to be the Sunday after that. So it's Father's Day as well, actually. So it starts at 6 on the 16th.
Is it really?
Yeah.
So
Presents.
Sweet.
So if everybody's watching,
Another shit
that's
mug.
got a dad and they want a koi, it's the perfect time. No, but it'll be at 6 p.m. It'll start, Rick, on the 16th until probably late, I guess.
And it will be on the Koi Soldiers channel.
So
Yeah,
we'll see
it'll
what
be on the
happens.
way you go.
Yeah, we'll have a laugh. We'll have a laugh if anything. I might do it nude.
Might.
Why not?
Why not?
You
It'll
can
be
only
the
see your
best
head
looking-
anyway.
Not with only your head showing because you'll pretty much get taken off of YouTube instantly if you do.
Nah, mate, it'll be the best looking toes eye on there. Number one Karashi.
Question: had a Nexus 10 years, pump fed, now gravity. Does the overflow when gravity become
Null
non-invoid?
and void. I think that's what he's trying to say.
Yeah, null and void.
I don't use
No,
it.
it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Because when you start to get flow rate issues through cleanliness, for example, or something blocking the system, it will raise the outer chamber, so you will need that overflow still.
There you go.
Yeah, no, it doesn't.
Simple but good advice. That's what we want. Boom.
Claude's asking, how much money have people spent on their ponds fish equipment over the years? 1, 2, 5, 10, 15,000 or more? God damn.
15,000. Lee spent that this month.
I say I don't think I spent.
I was just
1,000
laughing
on
at
mine.
that. 15,000. My God. Yeah, that's nothing.
Yeah. We spent 15,000 just on raising some torsi this year.
Just on
I
Saturday, probably.
can't say.
Just on sake. Yeah.
I can't say because the missus is eyes are drilling into the side of my head.
Oh, literally that close. That was a close drilling. Be careful what you say.
I'd love to be honest. I don't know because I don't keep a tally. To be perfectly honest.
No, I don't keep a tally on purpose.
Me too.
All I know is I spent more than £1,000 on giving away free merch in Japan. So
There you
anyway,
go.
let's not even talk about anything
Let's
else.
not go there. 'Cause I don't want to go there.
Anyway, that just depressed me, so I'm not going to talk about anything else. God damn. £1,000 worth of merch, Lee.
Well, yeah, Crafty's got
You
half of it.
subscribers. So,
Run it everywhere.
That's not bad, is it? £250 an item. If I've got half of it.
that's,
I think, to be honest, if you worked out how much it costs to raise one koi properly to say 75 centimeters, it's over £1,000 just on one fish to raise it, let alone buying it. It's a lot of money involved.
that's why I
Decent
keep
food.
mine small.
Warm.
I'll tell you what, in the shop we've got, I think it's 36 easy pods on their own, and then 36 UVs, 30, well, it's more than that UVs. We then got 2 different drum systems. We've got showers, we've got Tempest setups. I dread to think how much in equipment the shop has spent on all of its ponds.
Yeah,
You know, absolutely.
a lot. But if you were talking your own personal pond, would you be in the first 3, or would you be in the last 2?
Well, mate, like listen, right? So if I'm putting 2 kilos of sake in a day and it's £200 a sack of 15 kilos, you can work that out on its own for a week.
I need to be a tattooist. I'm in wrong trade.
No. It's not that. I sell pictures of myself nude to Germans
Oh,
and a few Swedes.
there's a market
but
for
mostly
it then.
Germans.
You got over £200 a week food bill just on your main pond.
Yeah, I don't
You
even want to
probably
talk about it on live, to be honest, because it depresses
No,
me.
it just-
I'll just leave.
But
But I don't
that's
smoke.
the
I
reality,
don't
isn't
drink.
it?
No, I was gonna say I don't smoke and I don't drink. I don't drink out. It's way cheaper when you drink it.
Yeah.
It's
I'm
my
on free
passion, isn't it?
things,
Do you know what I mean? Everyone's got like a hobby. Do you know what I mean?
That's it. I mean, at the end of the day, if you're getting enjoyment and fun out of it, does it really matter? There's plenty of people that will spend 10 to 15 grand a year just on alcohol.
I know.
And
Probably
that's
more.
not,
but
that's
like,
not, that's easily done.
I know.
I think
But yeah.
I think there's
Well done, Matt.
always something. There's always something where koi is always related to an expensive sort of thing to have, something like pristine in your garden. All right, a pond's not cheap, is it? And neither a good quality koi, right? But I think everyone starts somewhere, and it's just for a basic setup, you're looking 500 quid just for a basic budget setup on its own. So £1,000, you can still have a nice little pond in your garden for £1,000. Are you gonna?
You can swallow that easy though, Crafty, couldn't you?
Oh,
you buy,
yeah.
like you say, then a basic little setup, 500 quid. You buy yourself 5 nice fish. That's $1,000.
But you're not gonna develop or grow koi to, a lot of people have these like minds that are going to get big fish, and you're just not, because you're not set up to achieve it. A lot of the time, the bigger the water, the bigger the pump, the bigger the filter, the more fish, the bigger the filter, the more food. And then you start going through losing it, replacing it with better gear over the years. Can you imagine how much, the average pond keeper spends over their lifetime?
Yeah.
It's not a cheap thing.
A lot more.
With anything though, any hobbies generally, if you're into motorbikes, you buying bikes, buying bits, going to bike shows, whatever. Got to
putting petrol in it, insuring it, blah blah.
Well, mate, I can remember when I used to race enduro. Mate, I used to go out just training most evenings in the summer, and I'd come off constantly, and then I'd be straight on the KTM website, brake levers, brake discs, plastics. Mate, I would spend probably £1,000 plus just on replacing parts when you're training hard on an enduro bike, which is the same equivalent of probably what I'm spending on my koi pond at the moment.
I mean, when
So
you look at
every
fishing
hobby
gear,
has got like at the
It has,
top
mate.
end when you're really pushing things. Every
Unless you're
hobby
doing
is going to be
something like
expensive.
trade spotting, that's quite a cheap hobby. I would imagine. All you need is a pen.
I don't know, mate. Some of them anoraks go for big money, mate.
Yeah, they do. Yeah,
You know what I mean? It's like your fishing equipment, isn't it? You know,
Yeah,
it's
if
like
you're hard
fishing
in
or
that,
anything.
if you're a
Fishing,
catch
yeah,
fisherman, you have to have free of
It's
everything.
extortionate.
spend
Right?
thousands.
If you're a match fisherman, like I used to be, what, $3,500 on a pole?
I was just going to say that you can
You know what
spend
I mean?
$3,000 easy on a pole, and that's cheap nowadays. That's a cheap pole.
Again, mate, with carp fishing, I've still got all my carp rods. I think the carp rods were about 800 quid each. You need 4 of them.
That's
The
right,
reels, the titanium tech wheels, I can't remember how much they are now. They're probably about 800 quid each. You need 4 of them. Bike alarms, it's $1,000. Boom,
Then you've got to
bibbies.
load the reels.
It's
Big
bonkers,
reels.
mate.
Yeah.
But do you catch, Lee, when you take out all that fancy gear?
But then,
Do you catch when you used to go out with all that fancy gear?
yeah, if I
No,
take
we
him to Japan and put him in Tucano's mud ponds every day.
Yeah.
I suppose when you
Anything,
top
innit?
it all up. Go on, Rick.
You can spend, if you get into a hobby, be it golf, be it fishing, whatever, you can spend shed loads. You can do it cheap if you want. I can go fishing for nick. Well, I've had all my kit nicked, so I can go with an old rod and it costs me nothing. But yeah, you can spend crazy money on pretty much any hobby out there if you want. That's just how it is.
It's just how it
So,
is.
yeah,
But like I said,
people,
you know, like me spending all the money on the food is like an obsession now, because the bodies I'm getting on my fish from pumping that food in and training my pond to be able to cope with all of the food that I'm putting in now it's a mate. I go out. I was looking at my fish earlier on about 2 hours ago.
PSP though, aren't you?
Yeah, a little bit of PSB, but like it's not just that. You have to train the filters to be able to cope with 2 kilos of food is a lot of food, and for your moving bed and your showers to be able to cope with that, to have like close to zero nitrates and all that kind of stuff, takes a long time to build up. And now I've built it up, I just don't want to let it drop. Do you know what I mean? You know, it's like you're on a roller coaster now. I don't want to lose any speed. It's getting more fun and more fun the more volume I'm seeing on the fish. It's a bit of a drug, to be honest.
but you got to stop feeding for the show, isn't it? So everyone's going to drop right off.
Yeah, that's all right. I'll put my dog in there for the evening. No, actually, I've dropped it. It's down to 18 degrees now. It's been at 18 degrees for the last 2 days. Still about the same amount of food at the moment, but I'll still have a load of fish in there from the show anyway. But I don't think like a week is going to knock it that much. It'll soon get on top of things. I'm running a low pH anyway, so even if I get a bit of a spike when I come back, don't worry about that. Power through it.
Be all right.
It'd be all right on the night, wouldn't it, Rick?
Of course it will. Don't worry about it.
It
Just
doesn't
don't
matter
test
what
it.
fish you're
That's
doing
right.
while they're in that vat while you're getting shit faced, having a few beers and having a laugh with everybody. That's what there's more to it, though, isn't there?
But Gaz, this year I won't be getting shit faced. I'll be having a few beers, but Wolf's coming with me, so I've got the main star coming with me the weekend.
Ah, right, there you go. Then you've got to be on good behaviour then.
Put your
Good
dad cap
behaviour.
on.
Yeah. He'll be sleeping on the floor with me and Crafty somewhere, curled up in a ball on a bean bag, sleeping rough.
Just give him a tipple. Help him sleep.
I don't know, mind. He can drink me under the table.
Claude says,
I want to give
no drinks, no smoke, no drugs. Love it. Let's just think of all those other things you could be having fun with as well, Claude.
I want to give a little shout out, Gus, because
Go on, mate. Do it. Go for it.
literatures, mate, koi literatures. We all know there's a very sparse amount on the market. We've obviously got Joe's the Koi Perspective that pops online for free and is doing a great job. But there's one hard copy, The World of Nishikigoi, and that by Liam. Those people that haven't seen Liam's site, I suggest everyone goes over because he personalises everything. And I must admit, the latest issue,
His books are mint, mate.
the quality of these books.
It's not a magazine, is it? That's a book.
I mean, the quality that's in here is unreal. You know, the articles he writes. There's he does like a judging sort of chapter in it, and this one that he's put in is fantastic. It's so difficult, and he has got a Facebook page, and it is a very, very good book for the money that he asks. I think it's only a tenner.
We met Kitsu Koiga.
Yes, that's the dude who met.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah,
And I'll vouch for Anthony as well. It is an outstanding book. And he does, when you order them online, he actually personalizes everything.
Yeah.
The only reason I'm going to the National Koi Show is to pick up the copy that I haven't ordered yet.
He were actually walking out, Dad, with some of his magazines in his hand, and we said, "Oh, what's that?" And he come over, had a chat with us for a bit, and then we all went, "Oh, look, can we get one?" And we all got a copy of him, didn't we?
Yeah,
that was volume 1, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
It was, I think.
Yeah.
Give
It's
it away, I'm sure.
I think we're on volume 5.
Yeah, we got volume 1 from there last year.
Is that the Nishigoi yearbook?
No,
it's
the world of Nishigoi, mate.
He's doing the national program as well, isn't he, this year?
Yeah. So he owns the rights to the BKKS. So all the show winners over all the shows in the UK all get published in his book as well. They're fantastic. Honest to God, it's a real good read.
Yeah,
100%.
I back that shout out 100%.
So there's one of mine, look. Nice.
That's out of my pond, that one, mate.
Yeah, that's definitely out of one of Ricky's grow ones.
Yeah, no, that's definitely it is nice.
I just thought I'd give him a shout out because he deserves all the support.
Actually, we ought to give him a contact and see if we can get him to come on and have a natter one evening, because I'm sure I'm sure that the audience would love to have somebody like him on.
I'll give him a text for you, Gaz.
Yeah,
well, Gaz, you're going to be sorry you said this. I know Liam very well. I've met him in Japan over here, and he can put a glass eye to sleep. So if you want him on, you crack on. I'm only joking, Liam. I sent him a picture of my penis about a week ago. He quite liked it.
Not seen him since.
No.
Oh, no. I can't stop him from texting me now.
He's put it on the front cover of volume 6.
Well, it was going to be the thumbnail of his. No, I'm joking.
Let's go with Andy Simpson sent us in a question. Now, this one is going to get a couple of opinions, and then we're going to get a couple of other opinions, I think. I haven't changed my UV bulb in my EA UV 55 for 2.5 years. A few weeks ago, I did an experiment and turned it off. After about 3 weeks, I started getting the beginnings of green water, so I turned it back on. The UV was obviously still needed, and all is returning to its usual non-green state now. However, the recommendation is to replace the bulb at least yearly. But obviously, mine is still working well after over twice that time. So the question is, how often or how regular does everyone change theirs? And is it a yearly rule or a bit of a myth or marketing?
Okay, can I start off here?
You can,
No.
Mate, honestly, if you're running amalgams, don't even bother buying a new bulb, because a 40 watt is 150 quid. And I know that because I bought one last week. And to be honest, yeah, I just don't change my bulbs. If they turn blue, they're blue. I don't look at your water quality. If it doesn't turn green, don't bother changing them. No offense, but there we are.
There you go. I'm agreeing with Lee, mate. Why change it unless it needs changing?
Yeah, if your water's starting going green, change it. And if that's in 5 years' time, that's in 5 years' time. If it's within 12 months, then change it.
Yeah. I changed it every 6 months because I have to, because I can tell the water just turns pea green. And I know that the bulb stopped working. So mine's probably just on the edge of coping with it. It depends how big your UV is. UV is volume of water. I mean, he's probably easily coping with it, which is why if your bulbs are about nearly knackered, it'll still kill what little's in his water. It's all relative, isn't it, Rick?
Yeah.
It's all relative. You're right. It's all relative. You got to watch. I mean,
I've had my last one in the one on. I've 2 on my pond, 2 on my main one, and I've 1 on the mini pond. The one in the mini pond's been in for 2 years, and it blew. Within a few days of it blowing, I knew obviously it had because the water started discolouring straight away. So I replaced it, and boom, crystal clear again within a matter of days. The one on the main pond, over about a week and a half, started to colour up, and I thought, hang about, there's something not right there. Quick check of the bulb blown, but again, had been in over 2 years. So I personally don't think that they need to be changed.
150 quid.
Don't drop it.
Every is that the new one? Be careful with
Yeah.
it. Then I don't personally think
Remember.
that they need to be changed, as they say they do, every 6 months to 12 months. Paul Hutchinson's put in there, for the price, why wouldn't you change it? Well, for the price, why would you? If it's still doing its job, why would you change it? If you can get more for your price and more for your money, would it be more cost effective to not do if it's still doing its job? But I agree, Paul, on some of them, on some of the bulbs, they are really cheap and not relatively costly to replace. But if you've got a 120 watt UV bulb, they're a little bit more expensive, aren't they? And the bigger you go, the more they cost.
And,
The
and I
big
think
Ozone units, mate. They got 4, so their eco unit has 4 bulbs in it, and you can run it on 25, 50, 75, 100, and basically it just switches more bulbs on. But they recommend changing. So if you run it at 25%, they still recommend change all the bulbs each year. But 3 of those bulbs have never even been switched on if you're running at 25%, or 2 of them. It's like, you know, they've got recommendations on, and they want to sell the product. They're good bits of kit, but actually, you could change the bulbs from the one that's your 100% one back down to the 20. You could swap them round and get them to last.
I think as well, different units of, I don't know, maybe different quality, because obviously I use, like, in my new pond now, I've got an amalgam. So that's a 40 watt amalgam bulb, which is tiny. It's about 18, probably not even 18 inches, 15 inches. Okay. And I've
Lee,
got,
how much you say you paid for it?
I think they're about £147.
You've been ripped off.
Well, I'm not going to say where I bought it from, but hopefully they're watching. Yeah. I know. I couldn't believe it when I seen the price of it. I was like, that.
How much was the amalgam itself to buy a new one?
They're about 300 quid, aren't they? Something like that.
No.
I can't remember, mate. I can't remember, but that's how much that bulb was, and I was shocked, to be honest. But anyway, I've only got 1 of those, so I've got 2 inside my drum on my 5,000 gallon pond. There's only 1 been working for the last 3 months in the middle of summer, and I got no algae, nothing in the pond at all. It's a bit stained because I'm putting quite a lot of food in, but I think because of the position of the bulb inside my stainless steel drum, I just think that 40 watt is bouncing off all of the, you know, like the steel, and just really doing a good job. Because I think a lot of UVs, like the EA ones, they go from 2 inch into 1.5 inches, and then it just flows so fast past the bulb. I'm not sure if it's got the contact time it needs, to be honest.
There is different qualities in the lamps as well, though.
Yeah, I would have thought the amalgam's quite a good quality for the price of them.
So to go to 2 people that supply stuff, like we've got Matt and we've got Anthony, what's your kick on it?
Well, I was talking, I missed that bit.
Well, you supply pond products.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, what's your take on it? What do you advise?
Definitely 100%. In my previous job, or one of the previous jobs, was about luminaires. And if you went around with a luminaire machine, you would definitely see that the light level on a fluorescent lamp would drop off. So there is no difference on a UV. After a period of time, your UV capability is going to be dropping off. But what Ricky said was spot on, that if your pond only needs to have 50% of 55 watts of lamp, to keep it clear. If your 55-watt lamp has lost half of its power, you're still going to keep a clear pond. So
It states on the internet that for every 1,000 litres, you require 1 watt of UV.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
No, there's a lot of variables though, Gaz, isn't there? Because
Yeah.
my garden's south-facing, mate, and I have to really ramp my
That's
UV.
one thing that you've definitely got to take. Depending on the position in your pond, you might have to have a 55 watt just to keep the damn thing clear if it's in direct sunlight all day, every day.
So on my current pond, I've done a 36 watt, which should be ample. Went to a 55, still no good. 110, just about cracks it.
do you not
And
think
I sometimes put the 36 watt on top of that as well.
Yeah.
do you not think though it depends on the time of the year as well?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, it certainly does.
people now are getting the algae blooms because our ponds are warming up, all the algae are multiplying, so your ponds go green. Give it a couple of weeks' time, and it will change and revert back, and you'll have a clear pond again.
I mean, I run my UV 12 months a year.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do, mate. To be fair,
A lot of people think that's mad. Yeah.
I can't bother to turn it off.
It's
Yeah,
not. I'd rather have something there that counteracts anything as it happens than wait for it to bloom.
I've got to as well because I'm at 24C most of the year, but like now I've dropped down to 18. My water's really clear, obviously because it's like I suppose it's supporting less algae growth. I guess I don't know.
What is the difference between when this state it's a clarifier and sterilizer?
Exactly what Rick was saying earlier.
Mm.
So you get UV clarifiers and UV sterilizers. Sterilizers basically kill all the crap in the water like bacteria, etc., where a UV clarifier is more for green water.
Yeah, apparently the Awaz one I've got in the grow on is a sterilizer as well as a
Yes, that's
Quite beneficial.
I've got both. I've got a sterilizer and a clarifier.
well, we're not all loaded like you guys.
Yeah, that's a double lamb up.
my old collection is about one of your torso, mate.
No, it's not. We all know you're lying there
Maybe just a little. But
because you've got a couple from New Forest Koi. I've seen them.
I have,
Did.
mate. I did, no, I've still got 3 from New Forest Koi in my
yeah.
book. I've still got 3. Didn't eat them all. I mean, it liked them. It liked a lot of them, but it didn't get them all. Thank God.
New
got one
Forest
for me,
Koi
I guess.
grow very tasty flesh on their fish.
Yeah. Well, you like to eat herons like English fish. They taste better.
That's it.
Don't want to eat foreign rubbish. do you?
Traditional fish and chips, mate. That's what it was.
Rick, you need to start doing some like common carp then for the Polish for Christmas.
Oh, I missed
We do
Dino.
mirrors for the lake.
Nice.
So yeah, you have to bring your fishing kit down when you come down.
I will do, mate. Yeah, I'll blow off the cobwebs.
Go off cobwebs, set the bivvy up.
Oh, make
Will a pole work all right in your gaff?
A bit big for pole fishing, I think.
Ricky,
Three sections.
Ricky,
So what's the name,
can I recommend where we put Lee?
Where we put Lee,
Yeah, on the lake.
there's no ducks up there anymore, mate.
Ah,
I could have
Perfect.
stick about that.
What size mirrors have you got in there then, Rick?
Got about 40, just over £40.
Really?
Right time.
What's the average size that people catch?
You got to catch him.
Mid 20s, I suppose. Low 20, mid 20s, average.
What? And
We'll
you've
put new
got
ones in.
pegs. It's a proper fishing lake, is it? or
Yeah,
what?
proper what? All bibbies and everything.
Lake, mate.
Grass carp
It's,
in
it's a
there
perfect
I
place.
didn't
Lee,
even
to
know
bring
that.
beer
Whereabouts
out.
are you? I might come up for a session.
Will you come with that? In Sway. So there's loads of old films and stuff about it, but it's Syndicate Lake now.
Oh, mate,
Invite
so-
only.
you have to send me a
Okay.
link or something to some videos.
guys, I just sent you a picture one.
Picture one.
Tell
Is
us
that
the story of this one,
one of-
Ricky.
that's one of Rick's fish in his.
Oh, I don't know. I dread to think what's coming up, mate.
Oh,
Not
lovely.
me, Rick. You look young in that photo, mate.
That was before the pirate days.
That's
I tell you
Matt
what-
Snipper.
Can I pop off quick? I'll send Gaz a nice picture of a common, and I'll come back on.
Oh dear.
Nice. I don't know. He never told me how big that was. He said he had a little one, but that's about £30, isn't it?
Yeah, good size fish.
£34, that is.
Is it?
And
I don't
6
know.
ounces. Banger is that though, mate?
Some good fish. Yeah,
That's
there's some
lovely.
nice fish in there. I forgot what we were talking about. Why are we talking about the lake anyway?
Kind of about fishing.
Talking about,
Are we?
I don't know. Lee's going to get us a picture up of a fish, but while he does, we'll go into this quick question from Dino. Got rid of every koi I had with a red mark, ulcers, bad anal fin, mouth rot, and I'm left with about 10 koi with no marks or anything on for 2 weeks. If it was the bad bacteria type, would they all be dead by now? Or
No.
No, not necessarily.
one of those things that can just come back.
You might have nothing till next spring, then all of a sudden they all break out in it again. It's just
The
If
problem
it
is
was a
the 10 koi that had no marks, obviously their immunity's dealing with it for whatever reason.
But they could still be carriers, huh?
But yeah, the chances are any new fish that go in there will just develop the same. Not necessarily. I mean, some people get away with it. I don't know. It depends on how good the 10 fish are as to what I would do and where you want to go with the pond.
we've seen it in the past, haven't we, Gaz, where people have got rid of all the infected fish and they think that's it, fine. It goes on for a few weeks and then all of a sudden,
Mike had what it 4 months clear, 4 or 5 months clear, and then boom, everything come back in, and then every single fish got it. Then from that point, every fish got it. Even fish that were, it was cross contamination. What did it? Using nets into one to nets into another.
Yeah.
And then even his grow-on fish.
His grow-on got it, didn't it? Yeah. As hard as it is, the only surefire way is to nuke the lot and start again.
It's hard. It's horrible.
Yeah, that is the obvious.
It's not necessary though, right? So let's be careful of the advice that we're giving.
Yeah.
Right? It's not always necessary to nuke all of your fish just through it. You've got they could be carriers, but they might not be. All right. So, you could be giving advice that says, right, kill all your fish because they're all going to be problematic. That's not necessarily the case. If I was in that position, I'd add a couple of carp and then let the pond run its course. See if anything comes from it. Right. So you're not constantly
Just
going
not
through.
knowing though, into Crafty, it just eats away.
No, Crafty, if you've got a pond, and we'll just say for round figures, you've got 8 fish in there that are all £1,000 each.
Yeah.
And 4 of those fish go down with a bacterial infection causing ulcers. 4 of the fish are totally sound. You then go and start to replenish your stock.
Yeah.
And put £1,000 fish in there.
Yeah.
Without doing the proper course of action, as in identifying what the bacterial strain is, you're gambling.
You totally are. I agree with you, mate. You are.
That's where you got to weigh out where you are in terms of what stock you got left. If you've got 10 little fish that you don't really care about, then is it not easy to start? I'm not saying kill your fish at any point. I'm just saying
that's the bit I'm trying to protect against, because there was somebody on YouTube recently that literally euthanized the whole of his stock live on air. Right? Is that required? No, it's not. You can overcome a bacterial infection, right? So it's not the right thing for anyone to give the advice of kill all your fish. It all depends on what you want to do.
There's nobody saying kill all your fish, but it all depends on just what level you are within the hobby. If you've got, for example, if you've got some cheap garden centre koi and all your fish are breaking out in bacterial infection, and you want to go out there and put new fish in, but you can't because if you put something in, that fish comes down with it. Is it cost effective to keep throwing hundreds, because it is literally hundreds of pounds worth of treatments at a fish or at several fish that you've got left to see if you can cure
but
it?
it's not, is it? Because it's about identifying the issue that you've got.
But it costs hundreds of pounds to identify the issue.
Identify the
Yes.
species of Aromonas. Aromonas hydrophila is curable.
I think
100%.
Yeah,
50
it is.
Around some of the
Paula,
ladies and some of the bloodborne ones, no.
with Paula, you can request a bacterial test. She'll send you the test kit. You can take your sample that you need to give her, send it back to her, and she will tell you exactly what the strain is. Or sorry, she can tell you what
Which is
strain.
the way to go about doing it, innit? That is the way. That's the correct
Yeah.
way. Get it identified.
What is that? I mean, I've heard that you're talking around about £300.
No, it's only about 50 quid.
Is that it all? Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, I thought it
the-
was more expensive than that. I thought it
yeah,
was.
I did.
No, the work that she has to do is she has to take a culture. So she will take multiple cultures and grow them on, and then she'll take the prescription drug and she'll add it to each of these cultures.
To
And
see
which
which one's
culture
affected.
is affected by that prescription drug, she can then identify potentially the bacteria. It may come up with saying that you could have this one, and this one, but you will know basically from that what strain, what course of action you got to do. But what I did find, and this is my only, not my only experience, my experience of her is that she will identify it. She will tell you what the course of action is. But in the last case, not I had, but one of my customers, I struggled to get the truth in the sense of the best course of action going forward. She would not commit to saying
Correct.
that you have to kill all of those fish to eradicate it from that pond. And in the end, we basically did get the answer that it was a roulette, a coin, heads or tails. Every time you added a fish into that pond, it didn't matter where you got that fish from, that it was 50-50 to whether it was going to go down with it or not. If it went down with it, whether it was then going to survive. And in both cases, one in Bournemouth, one in Yeovil, in both cases, the customer decided to anaesthetize all the fish because it was the only way forward.
So my question would be to that then, right? This is whichever one it is that is the particular bad strain. What's the best thing to do? Keep that strain as carrier fish, or eradicate that strain so there's nothing ever again to bring that in to any new stock or spread it to anybody else. See, if you've got a fish that's I'm just about to let you know you're outside. If you've got a fish that's got that, you can't move it on, can you? And if you decide, right, I've cured my 15 fish out of the 30 that I had, you can't move those fish on. You've always got to look at them with a scar, with ulcerations, with damages that's made the fish look more unsightly than what it truly was in its original form. Is that going to be
25, 30 years?
to look at it or see it or to have it in the pond as a constant reminder, knowing full well that you can't add any more fish to it unless you can have somewhere that it can go and live its life. For someone that might turn around and think, right, well, I can take my fish. I'll take your fish. I'm not bothered about how it looks if you wanted to have a show fish or show pieces in your pond. I guess there's always an outlet somewhere. But for someone, if you wanted to, like Flea got it in his pond. If he wanted to have those fish and have them as show quality, once they've got that kind of damage to them, they're no longer show quality, are they? And you can't do anything with them on that. So that's what I mean. It all depends what kind of level you're at.
And that's what I was getting at. You can't just say got to kill all your fish because there is treatment. Right now, A&C was like, then do what? Where's the medicine? Right. Well, actually, it's not the medicine. So Paula can give you an analysis of what type of bacteria you've got. You can then take that report to a vet, and it's whether a vet will then agree to give you a prescription for the medicine. And if you can get a prescription, there are websites where you can actually buy your own antibiotics, but you must have a signed prescription from a vet that they can then audit.
Not in my experience. When
But
I had a
it's so
bacterial
difficult.
disease,
But it is difficult to do.
So on my original pond, I had a bacterial disease. I lost every fish bar 2. Okay, I had a report done by Paula Reynolds. It came back Aeromimus. I phoned up every vet around my local. It must have been about 15 of them. No, we need to see the fish. I said,
Yep.
what? You want me to take them down in a bucket to see you? Yes. And I was that's not acceptable. So then I phoned around again and I actually found what are they called, Crafty? It's not a vet, it's a exotic animals specialist or something like that, right? So then this guy from West Wales that was just castrating wallabies' testicles decided to come down then to have a look at my fish. I think it was £80 to get him called out. A lovely guy called oh Christ, I can't remember it now. Anyway, lovely guy called whatever his name was, and he came down. He checked the fish. He looked at Paula Reynolds' report, which was integral to what he was going to give me. So Paula Reynolds' report showed what antibiotics would be effective on the bacterial disease. What was the Batril was the
Batril.
top one,
Yeah.
but this guy said, I'm not going to give you Batril, I'm going to give you a different one because Batril does have a bad effect on fish, I found. So he gave me a different one, preloaded 5 syringes for each fish for their weight, and told me to administer that every 2 days because of the temperature I was at. Within
Yep.
2 or 3 days, they were almost healed. Unbelievable.
Yeah,
Bosh, as
it's
easy as
true
that.
that the problem that when we look at the medication factors of injecting antibiotics, there's so many variables. So you have to look at the temperature of the water, the weight of the fish, and when you then start looking, if you've got a pond of 20 fish that are all infected, right? This is where the issue comes from the vet and getting a prescription, and that is simply for the fact is you can't take your whole pond to a vet, and a vet won't come out to you.
It's a nightmare.
That's the issue that we have. So
Just
it's getting the medication that's a difficult part.
One sec, Crafty. Ollie, I can see you in the back screen, mate. Until I can see you, I'm not going to bring you on, mate, because, for all I know, you could be running around in a gimp mask.
You probably are.
Like I normally am.
Just ping your camera down a bit more, Ollie, so I can actually see who you are.
So, that...
I can see top of your eyes.
The problem is the vets haven't. We've got a vet. We've got a vet for the farm. So we've got a vet we use.
Make sure it was somebody there that was...
You can take your gimp mask off now, Ol.
And
Good evening, mate. Welcome for joining us.
the vet actually comes to us when he gets people come to him with fish-related problems, and he is like, it is almost impossible to administer antibiotics to 20, 30 fish of different sizes, catching them, repeated dosing them, and the antibiotics that are available are limited in their use. So, and he's like, he's done it a number of times, and he's like, it is a nightmare, and he goes to people's ponds to do it, and it costs a bomb.
That's what I mean. For some people, it could get to a point where the restocking of your pond is a far cheaper alternative to be able to stay within the hobby, or you lose all your fish because you can't afford to treat them.
The alternative, I found the alternative is be proactive. At some point, I know in my fish future, I will probably have another bacterial disease problem. Possibly. If I do it for long enough, it will happen.
Yeah.
So what I've done to combat that is I found myself some antibiotics, which are sitting in my fridge. Do you know what I mean? Now, I know it might not be the antibiotic that is going to actually but it's an antibiotic that will, Eremimus and all that kind of stuff. It will actually cure.
Yeah.
It will cure like the most common versions. But all I know is in my little arsenal, that is ready to go. But it's
Lee,
hard to find.
What happened to the 2 fish that you did cure? Have you still got them, or are they gone?
I've offloaded those now, but the other guy's pond has just all died. So no, I'm joking. No, I'm joking. No, he's probably watching. He's a lovely guy from Bristol. So yeah, they were cured. They were healthy in my pond for about 6 months. It was a big Issa shower, which was great, but it was a bit eggy on the belly, so it was not kind of show quality. And another one was a Danichi male Kawaku that had quite a lot of deep belly secondary Benny on the gill plates. So yeah, so I offloaded those. So if you go right back on my videos, you'll see them. They're really nice fish, to be honest.
Well,
But
I remember seeing you give the injections way back. Yeah.
yeah. But they were, mate, instantly they were fine, great.
Yeah.
But a lot of them I did have to cull, mate, because they were just eaten alive. Do you know what I mean?
Size saying there, you can move them on technically once healed. They've
Yeah.
been through a good period of going through different temperature gradients. Paula's words to me, whether you would want to, is another story. I mean, to me, if I'd had a bacterial infection, I would say that would be ethically wrong for me to move that fish to anybody.
100%. So,
And if anybody has done, well, then if you're comfortable enough with that, then that's that's fine. That's your choice to make. But for me, I would think if I've got that's like saying, yeah, mate, I think this grenade's a duff, but let's see.
yeah.
Yeah, but
The
if
thing is,
you
you give the full story to someone, don't you? You say,
Yeah,
at the end
and
of
then
the day,
it's their choice. It's their choice to make.
what
Yeah.
it is, isn't
If
it?
it happens, it's on you, kid. And then
But Ricky, they're not going to do that. If they've got a load of fish in their pond and they're down to the last 10, 15% of their fish, they're going to say every type of story possible, as in, yeah, all the rest of them are gone, and this is my last 10 that I've got in the pond, and you're welcome to them for 100 quid. And
Yeah,
that's
but that's a dodgy character, isn't it? That's someone you don't want to be buying fish from.
But how many koi enthusiasts see a offer on Gumtree or wherever and think this opportunity to buy a fish is too bloody good? And the two ponds that we sedated and removed from the pond.
this is
one of
always
them,
what I get a real good debate going there.
That was
But I craft it. As you're saying, mate, I agree with what you're saying. But at some point, for some people, at some stage in the hobby, that's the only result, mate.
No, I'm not saying that it can't be
But it's not the only. It's not the only route.
They're right. So what we're saying is the only thing you can do is kill your fish. That's not true. There are things we can do, and again, it all depends on the variables that you're facing at the time. Like if you've got a pond of small toes on it, costs fuck all money, right? And the chances are they're all going to die. You've got no other choice. But if you've got a good collection of fish,
then that would be the last thing.
You may want to explore that before you dump like £8,000 worth of koi. A 50 to 90 quid bacterial test, and then some treatment is cheaper than buying a complete stock of new fish,
for example. Yeah.
Right, and not only that, you've got to look at the welfare of the animal as well.
Yeah, okay, exactly.
Just to put something to sleep
doing it because the bacterial disease, that's the problem that I had. So the pond of fish that I had, they all suffered with it, and the only two fish that I could really save was those two, because they were not affected with it. So I started to administer antibiotics with those. Those were the last two that was fine. And they lived in my pond happily for about 6, 7, 8, 9 months before I moved them on. Nothing wrong with them at all. So the antibacterial disease like bacterial does work. It'll get rid of it 100%. But it's got to be fast. But the way to send a swab off to Paula, for her to culture it, for her to come back to say what it is, then to find someone that will come out to your pond to administer we all know how quick bacteria will rip through everything. Within a week, your fish will be skin and bones.
I've seen it, Lee. Honestly, within a week, going from something that was size of perhaps maybe 2 or 3 mil, being the size of your fist and physically being able to see the fish is
horrendous, mate. Yeah,
it's so fast and so rapid when you get the bad case of it. There isn't time to cure a fish like that, even if you wanted to.
No, there's not. No, it's mad. Yeah.
What's your take, Ollie? What do you reckon? Can you hear me, bud?
Hang on, can I introduce you to Ollie? Ollie is one of my local customers. He's been featured in the Koi Perspective magazine, and he's a gentleman I've been talking about this evening with the Ozone.
Right.
Right. So you're the man to come and see when I've got a VW that needs converting.
Yeah.
Some mid motors there as well, bud.
So how long have you run the ozone on the pond?
4.5 years.
And how long is the drums been on there at the same time?
And well, the first one was on about 5 years ago.
Oh.
And
We lost Daz. He'll be back. Don't panic, Ollie. As you were, mate. Daz has just probably disconnected and reconnecting back up again.
and the skimmer was set up about 2.5 years.
And how much ozone do you run in? You got it in a separate chamber? How do you run it?
Through a sand.
Well, we've got a slight delay, I think, so we'll just be patient. How much ozone do you add?
A sander skimmer.
Can you hear us, mate?
Yeah, he's doing that.
I'm getting everyone at the same time.
It's a bit confusing, isn't it? I'm asking too many questions.
Right, it's going through the sander skimmer. And I run it at about 350 MV.
That was 350 MV.
But it fluctuates between 390 and 320.
And why did you put the ozone on in the first place? Was there a reason you installed the ozone, or was it just someone told you, or you just read about it? Or
Read about.
obviously you're obviously an advocate for it. Obviously your water, from Matt's testimony, is mint. But obviously you've got a lot of filtration on the pond. You're obviously someone that's aware of different types. You've got plenty of filtration on it. So it's one of those things. How do you sort of almost prove what the pond would be like if you switch the ozone off or having it on? Because obviously it's all running nicely now. It's one of those things, the same as a UV. If you switch a UV on or off, some ponds will run, you turn the UV off and make no difference. Other ponds will just go green. You know, how much effect that obviously the ozone's having on your pond is really difficult to quantify without taking it out of the system for a period or putting it back on or whatever. Does that make sense?
Makes total sense. But
I think the problem with Ollie, are you watching this on YouTube to hear the question, or are you watching it on your handheld device with us in the back room?
Yes.
Yes, right. You should. You don't want to be watching it on YouTube because there's a 30 to 40 seconds delay behind YouTube as to what we're broadcasting. Although it's live, it's not instant. So if you have the conversation with us just off your device that you've got in your hand, you'll see us sat there talking with you directly. Instant. You'll be able to see it as we are seeing it. And that way, then we've not got the 40-second delay while you listen to the question and then give us the answer. Can you see? On the device that you've now got in your hand? Can you see all of us on that screen?
Yeah.
Right. Turn that sound up and turn your other device off. And then when you want to go back to watching the live, go back to watching it on YouTube. You should be able to hear us talking to you as well.
He'll get there.
He'll get there. It's just,
I'm not too good with technology.
it's all right. It's all
It sounds
right.
like you are.
We're here to educate if we can.
He needs help, mate. Can you go in and help him? Right, man.
Matt, run round corner, drive over to Dolly's house, get him going.
Ben's coming in to sort you out, Ollie. Oh,
There we go. Oh, there we go.
his son lives just down the road, and he's rushing up there now
Great.
to sort him out.
Well, hopefully we can get him sorted and he can come back on and he can explain it without it having an issue through back and forth with the delay. And Crafty, good call, mate. I thought there was something just not right 100%.
Guys,
It's one of those ponds. If it's like,
I don't need to be on YouTube.
it'd be even better, like to see the whole setup. Obviously, because if he's got something working that well, then other
Yeah,
people.
exactly. If it's working that well, and
Yeah,
it's working
explain
effectively,
to me.
it's
I
making that
don't
much of a
need to be
difference.
on YouTube.
Right, on your device that you're in the back stream on now, on the live stream, Ollie, you should be able to see all of us laid out in a group of 6 of us. Lee's just gone to go check on his little lad, I would imagine. So with the device that you've got and you've joined on, you should be in a back screen.
I've just sent
You
him
should
the
be able
link.
to hear us and see us within that, and you should just be sat there having a talk with us and a conversation.
He'll get it in a minute.
I've just sent him over the link, guys, so that he can come on.
And it's the only way he can be on is via the link. That's the only way he can get in here. He's already in here.
Yeah.
I love internet and I love. Oh God! How else do you think he's sat there?
I don't know. He's not. He's going that. He's in that front room, isn't he? I don't know. I think I'm bringing Eds on Saturday, Matt.
Right.
So, mate,
I'm going to bring Eds. If I meet you, you at the pond, I don't know, about 2:30,
yeah,
and then I'll come back to yours. And you can do me a barbecue. How's
sweet.
that sound?
Perfect.
Have a look at that, Mr. Hadfield caught. Look at that for a common.
It's got a high back.
That's his French, isn't it? That's a beast.
I was going to say it's only £2, and he's holding it out like that.
Yeah, look how big that is. One hell of a fish, though, that.
Look at the shoulders on that.
Yeah. Proper lump.
Right, we'll give it another try, Ollie. Are you ready? Quick question from Top Chagger. Question: I've been looking at solar mats that heat up pools from the sunlight. What do you think? Well, you've been looking into them, mate. You tell us.
We got loads of them at work. We've tried trialing, but yes, they work. I mean, the water heats up lovely, but it's having thermostats, so it only comes on and you put some water through it when you've got the sun. So unless you're skilled enough to have pumps that you can obviously have on temperature thermostats or whatever that will switch on and put the water through the period, it's a pain because we literally just go along and turn it on when it's sunny, and then someone forgets, and then it's going through and gets chilled down. They are worth. If you're someone that's got enough knowledge to be able to set it up, yeah, of course they'll work. That's how you run heating systems in most countries where you get a decent bit of sun. But at the end of the day, by having it on the roof of your pond, you kind of all that solar heat is being absorbed by that. You're getting none from direct to the pond.
Yeah, counterproductive, isn't it?
Yeah, it's one of them. So you're not getting. You can get the heat without the sunlight. Obviously, you want a certain amount of light, but not too much light. Yeah. Someone like Ollie, if he set up his filter system, he's someone that might be able to set that up.
I was just going to say, Ollie, if you can still hear me, mate, right, shut down the program that you've joined with. And the program that you've joined with, when you rejoin, it says allow access to microphone and camera. And that way, then you should be able to. Everybody's dropping in and out tonight. This is going so well. And then you should be able to hear us via the device that you're recording yourself and you're displaying your image on.
Have you ever tried diesel heaters, Rick?
Well, that's a good one because Ollie's got that running. If we can get him on. I told you he's a tinkerer. He's played with oil, he's played with gas, he's played with solar. He's a tinkerer.
Yeah.
Yeah, we used to run so over the years we've had propane boilers, oil boilers, diesel heat pumps, all sorts. But it's like anything, the technology is only as good as someone filling something up.
Compact ones are quite popular now for heating workshops and things. I just wondered if you'd had any experience.
We sort of trialled everything, but obviously fuel costs. The propane was the cheapest back in the day.
Yeah.
Not anymore. So we use log burners, which we still do now because we've got free wood.
Yeah.
But that relies on someone loading up log burners.
Feeding it, yeah.
So again, it's oh, what's going on?
That's Matt's TV background.
That's Matt's.
Sorry, hang on.
Matt's TV.
Oh God. So, just in case you were wondering, guys, we have got the chance and the opportunity to bring other people on. But what we will do from now on in, right, we shall make sure that these people are being brought into the lounge first before we go live. And then it's slightly less issues. I can talk through anybody to get them onto this system. And if I can't talk them through it and they've got a computer, I can take over the computer from my computer and show them exactly how to do it. So it's not a problem to do at all to ever get anybody on. If anybody does want to join and everybody else wants to come on and you're not sure how to do it, just get in touch and I'll let you know and I'll tell you how to get through the technical difficulties. So Yeka says she's getting dizzy. Everybody's in and out. Only join via the link, please. Right, Ollie.
I'm back.
The only way to join is via the link. There is no other means to join. Right, Ollie, can you hear us?
Yes.
Right, that's it. Now, right. So now that's it. Now, next time, mate, right, don't join via the thing. Now you can see and you're hearing us. You were using two formats. You were using what you were watching, and you were talking on here, but really you just need that device to do everything. You're now part of the show, so you don't need to listen to us on there because you're already in here.
Right.
So, right, what's the crack with your Ozone, mate? Why did you put it in, and why did you install it?
The reason I installed the Ozone was I'm an avid reader. And I had some old toy books flicking through, found Ozone. Yeah, got interested. Then researched it, and it made sense in my head what I was reading. And nothing ventured, nothing gained. And new stuff always gets rejected until it becomes accepted. And I was prepared to take the risk. That's it.
So what we should perhaps do, obviously, Matt's brought Joe over to see the pond, hasn't he? But obviously, it's one of those things. If you've got a setup that's really working well, then maybe one day if you could film, if Matt's not already done it, film the whole process, the filtration, every sort of part of it. Then obviously other people can look at that and think, well, actually, that's a great idea. I could use that, what he's done there, or take bits of it to improve their setups. You know, Ozone does work, but it's so difficult to get it to work right at the right price is the issue. Here's Joe. We're all coming on now. So Joe's been to...
Yeah, I won't dispute the cost, but I will dispute the saving on having to treat the pond and the hassle. As Matt constantly tells me, mine is the only pond he knows without parasites. I think that's just sheer luck, but hey ho, whatever it is, it works for me. And my total outlay was probably in the region of $3,000. which most people probably spend in 2 years on various treatments. So you can justify the cost on that level. But the other side is, you mentioned it earlier, the fish well-being. They're happy little chaps. I never have problems. What more can you ask for?
Yeah, no, it's like I say, it sounds like the pond's running absolutely bob on. You know, we could be really mean and get Matt to drop a fish in there covered in flukes and see what happens to your other fish.
I've done it. No, I haven't.
He probably has.
Yeah.
He probably sold it to me.
Hey, Rick.
That's the point, isn't it? If you've got a pond that's running that well, if other people can see how it's set up, and it's just the more stuff people see, the better, isn't it? Because at the end of the day, it might be a culmination of the filter. You've got 4 drums running on it, apparently, Matt said. So 4. So you've got your filtrations way beyond your average koi keeper in itself.
How big is the pond to have 4 drums on it?
Well, it's 4. I think it's 4 drums scattered around all of it.
Yeah, there's 2 drums on the pond, 2 biologicals. It's 4,500 litres in gallons, 19,500 litres, 1 bottom drain, 3 returns. 1 return from the skimmer drum, 2 returns from the main drum.
Right. So
Decent size then.
it's one of those trying to work out, obviously, what part of the filtration is making the pond obviously work that well, and whether it's one part or the whole setup. You know, some people by sand filters, you don't see them much anymore. Actually, people used to run seriously good setups using sand filters, but they got issues with being able to clean them and blocking and all the rest of it.
Running costs.
Yeah, so you've got all sorts of. But if you could run through it, I don't know if Joe did for his article. Maybe Joe did.
Well, I was going to say, Joe, without ruining your big debut video release.
Yeah, let's just do it now. Let's do it.
Have you got one still of it?
Yeah,
you're muted, mate. Joe, can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
That's it.
Yeah, I'll send it to Gaz now. I'll send a video. One thing that I will say is that obviously your drum only filters down to like 70 micron or whatever, depending on your screen. The ozone to me seems to filter down further than that. And to koi keepers who we're going to open up another barrel of worms, but people who are searching low TDS and hardness, that's probably where the ozone, I think, comes into it as well, rather than just looking at it as a biological filter or something like that. I think if you're looking at trying to replicate low TDS water like in Japan, then that's probably what ozone does. I'll send a video to you guys.
Look at them all waiting patiently now.
Yeah, Ollie, it sounds like Matt said, you use all sorts. You're a tinkerer.
Yeah,
and that's kind of brilliant, isn't it? You're the person that makes stuff, that creates stuff.
It didn't start like this. It obviously, I purchased the first drum from Matt. Really happy with it. Basically, I home built various filters for the skimmer line, and then realised that no, I had to bite the bullet and buy the second drum. There's another story to that, but I won't get into it. So it's evolved. It's not an.
Did you slip too small a drum, mate?
No. No. You can't. If it's 20,000 litres.
You didn't plumb it up wrong, did you?
No. I don't do it. I don't play with any of Ollie's plumbing, believe me. No way. You'll see it by the picture in a minute. If you got there and looked at it, you would not have a clue which way you're going with it.
I know.
He knows.
So that show, because that's a deep pond, isn't it? It's like 6 foot deep. and you can see the bottom drain cover there like really clearly. Obviously, there's a bit of reflection on the water.
Oh, that's the one with floats Matt sent you. Is that one of your Midori guys in there, Matt?
I thought that. It looked familiar.
No, it's not. Well, it is, but it's not one of the ones that you got. Believe me.
We've got a lemonade.
Nice, clean, clear pond, mate.
But
Yeah.
so you got lovely water clarity. It's not and whatever, but
Want some money?
you got a sort of different. Looking at those fish, you got a different feeding regime. So someone like Lee's putting 2 kilos of food into 10 fish. You're obviously not feeding anything like that kind of quantity into those fish. So obviously you're feeding at a much lower rate, which is going to also affect the water clarity as well.
What, so you want to put lemonade?
Multiple shots, but I mean the water looks absolutely mint. There's no question about that. But yeah,
I don't think that just happens from a drum either. Like I run a drum and my water clarity is not like that. And his fish, yeah, he's probably not feeding X amount a day, but his fish are all strong-bodied, I'd say.
yeah.
And you've grown some of them on, haven't you? To like, what's your achiever at now, Ollie? Roughly, your big achiever.
Big. I was a couple of feet, realistically.
Yeah.
The cheapest got to be 70 cm, easy.
Yeah. It's a
Yeah,
nice
I mean,
big
look
pond,
at that. That's the kind of water it's almost. I say got almost like a blue tinge. It's so clear. It's got a unreal sort of look to it. And yeah, it's something that obviously the amount of filtration, the level of fish, the food is all actually working lovely. You can't hate that. But yeah, a drum itself you wouldn't have water clarity that just because of the drum. The whole system's working.
What temperature are you running at, Ollie?
She's running about 25 to 25.9 in this weather. And during the winter, I keep it about 18 off the central heating.
So what type of food and how much food are you feeding your stock per day?
Well, I used to use coppins, but I believe now they're using poultry meal. And at a present time, I'm using Takazumi.
That's
it.
Yeah.
You got it.
Was the water as good on the coppins as it is there?
Yeah, I've never the water quality's never really changed. It reached a point and it seems to stay. But I have upped the feeding recently. I mean, I try and feed 4 times a day, small but often, and then they get treats in the evening, prawns or whatever. So yeah, I honestly don't know.
But at the end of the day, so what we're seeing there is what most people were trying to achieve. You're doing it. A lot of people can't get that water clarity, can't get fish that happy. So whatever you're doing well. So
I've got a good mentor.
But it is. So at the end of the day, if like I say, if Joe hasn't done videos of the filtration and whatever, then perhaps Matt could or you could to come on here and go, look, this is the drain runs to the drum, to this bio, to a fluid bed, to this ozone, to this, so the whole. Everyone could actually see how much filtration you've got running on that size of pond, how you heat it, the whole shebang. And at the end of the day, that obviously works.
I don't want to ruin what Joe's done.
Yeah, let's just ruin it.
No,
Yeah.
because honestly, when you see what he has done, like with myself, I sat there and watched the prototype or the unedited version of what he's done, and it is amazing. And I think a lot of you viewers are going to love watching what he's actually done. And you can only get it from koi perspective.
That's the thing, isn't it? Is if Joe's done it, that's brilliant. That's all we want, isn't it? There's a
Well,
way.
technically, that's not true, Matt, because I could just share koi perspectives off my channel as well.
Exactly. Have you got a little still of it? That you
Unless
don't like to
Joe makes all his content that's not shareable. No, on a serious note, Ollie, have you made the pond? No, I'm not being disrespectful. Have you made the pond so that it's more easier for you in your senior years as well? No, this is a serious. No, come on, this is a serious question because a lot of people get further on in life and get to a point where they think they've got to pack in with keeping.
But Gaz, he's only fucking 28, mate.
I know. That's for the future in your senior years. Not saying he's in his senior years. I said
I am in.
Have you made your pond
I am in.
more easier for you to be able to manage in years to come, Ollie, in your design?
No. I'm 68 years of age. I've got one leg.
Have you?
It's a really stupid question, wasn't it?
I still work full time, and I'm a use it or lose it merchant.
That's the one, mate, 100%.
But no, basically it all centers. I'm a perfectionist in my job in life, which can be a downfall, but I strive to get everything almost OCD, I suppose, if you wanted to give it a level. And I will fiddle and fart and tinker till I reach what I consider to be satisfactory.
Ollie, here's a question for you, mate. Here's a question for you. So the koi hobby brings a lot of stress, but also pleasure to lots of different people in lots of different ways. Right? Are you more of a hobbyist for keeping water and getting the clarity, or are you doing it to get the clarity and all the best water for your fish? Or is it the fact that you more like the scientific part of the hobby of keeping water?
Realistically, all of it. And they all sort of interlink, don't they? I love keeping mentally active, so I read a lot, internet, etc. But I also like to be physically active, and I always like to spend my working week thinking of what I can do at the weekend. But to put it into perspective, I used to work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And then COVID came along, and then unfortunately I got cancer, and I basically 8 hours a day became enough. So the koi became my happy place,
your release.
Mentally it put me in the right place. It gave me a break. No excuses, not woe is me, being realistic. And I just enjoy it. I'm quite good at what I do, but I've been doing that 50 odd years. With the koi, I've had to learn plumbing, electrics, central heating, million and one things.
Well,
You've been quite modest saying you're only quite good at what you do as well. Like them bloody VW vans are insane, mate, to be fair.
That's easy, isn't it, Ollie? Compared to what you've done in the pot. But the only need to understand the actual relevance of what you've done within that repair, which when you do it day in, day out, it becomes easy work. But again, it's the same thing. When you're doing that type of work, mate, you've got to have an eye for detail. You've got to be OCD. You've got to have, it has to be perfect. It can't be half-cocked. You can't just spray a front wing up or do something like that and then turn around and say, well, that'll do, because it won't. It has to be mint or nothing at all.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. We do a lot of early stuff, 50s, and the patina thing, keeping originality. And when you have to blend into old paintwork and make it look...
That's the hard bit, mate, when you're playing with old 2-packs and stuff.
No, cellulose.
Cellulose, which is always fading back.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing when you go in 2-pack to cellular, they get the reaction, and then you get fish eyes everywhere, and you've got nightmares to be dealing with afterwards.
Yeah, and the other thing is, my career,
crazy and the reactions everywhere.
My career went from cellulose to 2-pack. 2-pack got introduced, and 2-pack is very plastic in its finish. Brilliant stuff, and it's unbeatable. But cellulose has got a finish of its own that you just can't duplicate.
Unless it's red. Unless it's red, because red becomes pink.
Or
the only one.
With your experience, and I know you've been tinkering with your heating options. Can you talk us through what you've done?
Yeah, I mean, the obvious was solar. So, unfortunately, I'm now on about 500 websites with solar. But looked into it, researched it. Basically, unless I converted the whole house, it wasn't a viable answer, because you need the heat in the winter and you don't get the sun in the winter. So you would have to go on grid in the winter when you needed it, and hopefully sell back in the summer. And I wanted a self-contained unit. So I ended up going for LPG gas bottles. The other thing is, I don't want to impinge. It's my hobby, so I don't want to be running the electric bills up, etc., etc. This way, I control the costs. If I need an LPG bottle, it comes out of my pocket, and it's controllable.
That's the way I had LPG, mate. A good way.
Definitely. I mean, our house is on LPG. We've got a large tank, and one of my son's mates is a heating engineer. He came and looked at it, and he said, "Oh, why didn't you plumb it into the main tank, tee it off?" And I put it to him, well, then again, it becomes an unseen cost or an uncontrollable cost, which ends up being paid out of the household kitty. That isn't the way I see life, or I work life. So yeah, went for 4 bottles with changeovers, and I can now fit central heating.
You see, I've done something similar on my install. I put an electric meter on the actual electric inserts for everything on my pond, so I know how many units I'm using every single month. So I know if I can afford to run the air source heat pump. You know, it's like, and I pay that extra, right, on top of the household bill. So I've got a way of controlling it. You know.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that electric is great. Plug it in, away you go. But you haven't got control, and it's like, well, hey, I've had a season. The pond's been great. And then the missus comes out with the rolling pin because the electric bills shot through the roof.
Well, missus don't know where a rolling pin is, mate. That's the problem.
I mean,
Smile beetle.
Wow. Scrapper.
Fucking nail.
Lowered. California. He's probably been crushed by now somewhere.
Unfortunately, yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a problem we had until about 7 years ago, that beetles just didn't have the built-in value for us to restore. So our
floor pan just rots through, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Everything's built off the floor pan.
Do you know that, Ollie?
Oh.
Or is it that? It's that, isn't it?
Yeah. It's
it's that one, isn't it? I thought it was that one. Yeah, no worries.
That's it.
I used to do Run to the Sun, mate.
Oh, I used to Run to the Sun, yeah.
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 Great event. Great event.
When it was good.
Well, yeah. Late night. Well, midnight we used to go.
Yeah.
The Santa Pod as well.
Yeah.
Yep. Problem is now it's not about the VWs anymore. It's all about the festival and the music, which is fine. But if you're a petrol head, then no, it doesn't work. But hence I don't do the shows, but I don't need to because I've got my koi pond. So
That's the way.
Have you ever thought or been interested in showing any of your koi?
no. For the
Are you
sake of
attending the koi
That is
show?
that question then.
for the sake of the koi, basically, I surely that's your personal bragging right. Look at my fish, but is that fair on the fish? I don't think it is. But everyone to their own. Yeah, I've won numerous trophies over the years for my cars. Been featured in lots of magazines for vehicles I've built, but it doesn't change who you are, and what you can do. And
It's a different element of the hobby, though, Ollie. To be fair.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. As I say, I understand people doing it, but it's not. I don't need that. They're for me. I mean, I was unbelievably chuffed when Matt rang and said Joe wanted to come. I can't describe my elation that my bit of tinkering and DIY was worthy of anyone else's attention, because you don't appreciate what you've got. You try your hardest to get it right, but that's the other side of the koi I love. When I tune twin 40 Webbers on a van, it's an instant. Yeah, that's right. I've got that right. That's spot on. With the koi, I can do something, and then I've probably got to wait 2-3 weeks. Has it made a difference? Is it working? Yeah, I like that.
And you do.
Let me know what you think, Colin, to these two koi that I've just picked up from Matt. These are coming out to me next week.
Have you bought fish from Matt?
Yeah, these two.
He hasn't.
You fucking hate, mate, because I know how much they cost.
I got one. One of them's mine.
No.
Yes. Go into a good home.
RRP, Matt.
I ain't going into that.
How much you knocking them out for?
Not going into it.
Not getting into that
Free.
one.
Free to a good home.
I hope you chose the top one, all.
I did.
Good man.
The bottom one now.
Yeah.
Bottom, yeah.
I said to you though, Ollie, that when I were there, that I said that you had fish you could show, and you said outright exactly the same as you said now, that you weren't interested in doing it, and I think the element of like tinkering and trying to get that extra like 10% out of the fish obviously is something that you're interested in, but like for koi hobbyists who are in the show scene, they have to be like quite brutal with the selection, maybe thin out the pond, and we spoke about that, about like you've got fish in there that you've spent a lot of money on, and to like well and truly push them on, like your big Karashi guy, and get the most out of them, you'd probably have to look at thinning your pond out, and it's not that type of hobby for you, is it? It's more you just enjoy different varieties of fish and stuff like that. But you do
How
have
many fish have you got, all?
Sorry?
How many fish have you got?
Oh, about 35.
Oh, okay.
But
So
I've also got a grow on, which is sort of added another level, and I get little ones from Matt, and I get a lot of pleasure out of boosting their growth rate and having a fiddle with them. And then if they meet my criteria, they can then transfer into the main pond.
So are we talking about the shorty, Ollie?
Sorry?
Are we talking about shorty making your criteria? So Ollie's got a Kumon Roo that's probably, I would say, less than half the size it should be. And it's so weird. How it's come to be like that is just weird. He's literally just gone up and out, but he hasn't grown out. And he looks, I need to take a video when I come over next and take a video of it, because it's
a Tamasaba.
Yeah, it is.
The butterfly in there.
There was a story to that.
No, there's always an excuse. Here we go.
No. My son, we live in the same property per se. So my grandchildren live here. and my
How
grandson.
it starts, Ollie. That's how it starts. Grandkids start slipping the odd fish in there. Before you know it, you've got a tank.
No. I wanted to get him interested. So I bought the 2 butterflies because obviously they were very identifiable. He had one, I had one, and we were going to, see which one grew. Unfortunately, I had about 2 days interest and then nothing. But hey ho, it was worth a try.
How is he with the new one, Ollie?
Funny enough, he's fallen in love with I can't say this, the red and white one. If I say Kohaki, he's going to take the piss out of me. He was interested when I transferred him into the pond, and he does call in on a regular basis when I'm feeding him to see her, and she is coming up and hand feeding. So,
how old's the? Oh, is it a boy? Is it? How old's the boy?
13.
Right, you need to get him up to the National Koi Show at the end of the month.
Right.
I did talk to Ollie about doing this. Did I not?
Oh, he's 13-year-old, mate. He's just found girls. You've lost him at least now for another 6 to 7 years.
You'll get him, mate, on just some of the sheer size of the fish that go on show.
Yeah.
It shows him a different level, and that might just spark a little bit more interest.
Or just lie to him, say there's loads of girls there.
Yeah, there's loads of girls. Okay, there is loads of girls there, mate, but they're all swimming.
No, he's showing some interest, so I can build on that. But yeah, as a kid, I loved animals.
I'll tell you what, you come up, you bring the boy up to the koi show, right, at the National Koi Show. Come and see me, and I'll gift you a fish, mate, for him.
Oh crap! You'll have all sorts of problems now.
Sorry, I appreciate the offer, but no.
Okay.
I only get koi from Matt. Oh, I hate saying
it. I'm not trying to steal a customer. What I'm trying to do is generate interest for the young.
Yeah, I appreciate. As I say, I 100% appreciate the offer.
Matt, I'll give you a koi now.
Yeah, that Kajaku also
buy it off me, mate. Thank you very much if you've been watching and listening to us all say, stick with one dealer.
Yeah.
I think that Tancho Kajaku will suffice, Matt.
It works for me. So yeah, if it ain't broken, don't fix it. So yeah, I'm happy with what I've got, how I've got it, and yeah, obviously Matt being a good friend now, and I really wouldn't want to risk stepping outside of my.
That's fair enough.
That zone. There you go. Refreshing. Craft it. I'll have 3 fish and grow it for him, and I'll send him regular updates. There we go. How are we doing, Joe? New magazine ready to come out?
It's out, mate.
No, it's not, is it?
Yeah.
It's 6th.
Yeah, it must be out.
Shows how good my marketing is if you don't even know.
It must be out because I've had the invoice for the next one.
You're right. I've now seen it. I have seen it. That was seen ages ago.
No,
6 days is a long time in the koi world.
No, you're in the next one. So.
Oh, am I? I best keep an eye out for it then.
Yeah.
Somebody has asked a question, Ollie, on the Facebook group. How many hours a day is your ozone unit running?
Constant, 24.
There you go.
Do you get a lot of waste out of it all?
Out of the ozone?
Mm-hmm.
No, there is no waste.
Nothing. So that's where.
What about the skim?
Yeah. The skim.
No, I did initially, but very rarely now. It seems to be running clear constantly. But a slight aside, I was looking at something the other night. The redox controller, or whatever you want to call it, that reads MV, which is your ORP of the water, which is obviously the pureness or the cleanliness of the water. Well, whilst I was reading it, it appeared to me that it measures the oxygen content in the water. I might have got that wrong, but that's how I read the article. In which case, if that is how it works, and it also stated that 350 to 490 was basically perfection for a pond. But if that is the case, from my understanding, your bacteria works primarily on oxygen to convert all your nitrates, blah, blah, blah. So surely if your water is holding more oxygen, will not your biological filtration be working more effectively? And hence why the pond, not just purely the ozone. Does that make sense?
Yeah, what you're saying, there's more oxygen available for the bacteria in the filter, which
Correct.
Perfect. That is exact. Yeah. So, but you also get that if you had green water, you'd have pure. When the sun's out, you get 100% saturation plus you have more oxygen available. But yeah, so the filters use massive amounts of oxygen. So yes, if you're creating more oxygen available in the system, then that is going to be beneficial. But the spare oxygen you're creating should be leaving the system through the skimmer. The ozone should be not transferring into the biological thing. So it's quite the spare oxygen molecule, which is what you're creating with the ozone, should only be in where you're using it in your protein skim or whatever. By the time it gets to your pond, it should already have dispersed. But your oxygen saturation should still be better because of what you're doing. So you're creating a more oxygen-rich environment. But that would work both ways. If you had bad bacteria, everything in the pond, the fish, the bacteria, they're all using oxygen. So by creating that environment, and whatever you've created works. I mean, the fish look happy, the water looks mint. So somewhere in that setup, it is good, isn't it? You can't knock
you're on
that.
point. Yeah.
So what type of protein skim are you using, Ola?
Yeah, Sander one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the Sander S200.
Yeah, it's the same setup as Colin Holland. What it's got.
Higher MV can hold more oxygen as the DOC is a lot lower.
Yeah. No, it's just that I like to understand why it works. And it's like when I got the ozone, there was a lot of, you can kill your fish, that's unstable, it's dangerous. Matt sent me. Oh, yeah, it can.
Yeah, there's always a lot of scaremongering, guys, isn't there?
Yeah. Well, there is in everything, mate, isn't there?
Yeah. The same in the PP, isn't it?
You can say that about anything.
Yeah.
Your oxygen content in the water will kill your fish if it's low enough.
Yeah.
So your pH will kill the fish if it's low enough or high enough. But it's like I say, you're obviously someone that wants to understand and is doing stuff.
The best way to understand it is to put it into practice, isn't it? And put in theory into practical side of things.
This is where, like with Joe, I would love to see more interaction with Sander, for example, to come on and talk to everybody to help everybody understand what it's actually doing. But it doesn't seem to happen.
It won't happen, Matt. You asked to speak to any of the brands or come on to do a video or a little bit of marketing, like they're not interested, mate.
No.
I'm hoping I can put some pressure on at the koi shows this year, force them into it. But like Crafty says, I have tried to get people on.
You're lucky to even get a fiver out of them. Never mind an interview.
To be fair, they are willing. A lot of them have all supported the magazine. I'd love to speak with Evolution Aqua about some of the products they're releasing, and even some of the new stuff and the logic behind some of it. And
do you want me to put you in touch with my agent, Joe?
Well, I'm speaking to the guys in marketing, but that do it. That would get, but I need to get past them guys and go to the people who are product development.
So I can put you in touch with their media team, mate. Their media team would work like that with you.
Yeah, that'd be good, mate. If anything like that, Rick's kindly passed on the guy at Coppens, so I'm hoping to get something with the guy at Coppens because I think that could be really interesting for people. So yeah, I'm just trying to break down barriers with some of these big brands, because you know, in marine and stuff like that, there's a lot more like brands coming out and, you know, more forward facing with the products and stuff, you know, from looking at what happened at Interzoo this year as well. You know, there's quite a lot of products at Interzoo, marine product demonstrations.
Yeah, but
that
the
you just
marine
don't see anymore.
market has took a mass downward spiral, Joe, over the last 3 years, mate. So they're probably willing to put a lot more oomph behind their marketing to try and get their product sold, mate. So
Yeah. No, it would be good though if someone from, I think it'll just take one of them to do it, and then the others will follow suit.
yeah, 100% that'll happen, mate.
Yeah, we'll get there eventually.
What was the one you had?
Now you've mentioned it on here, Joe. They'll all be going up to get into it. They'll be like, Gaz, can you put me on to Joe? Not a problem, mate.
Liam's willing to come on, Gaz. He's going to send me some dates.
Oh, sweet. That would be mint.
Yeah.
Wicked.
It's for me, like Ricky will say, that I always I stay away from these sort of talk channels. But this one is beautiful in the sense of you've got different dealers, different people, different situations, and it's lovely that you can have interaction with different people with their different thoughts. So
They've all got different accents.
Yeah.
Just drop me a text, Matt, later on to let you know where I need to just send that money for.
But, I know. And I think this is what people miss. There's been, in the past, there has been too much hype on one person's opinion and not multiple people's opinion. And it's true. You know, you can get somebody's impression of what works for them, and whether it works for them is one thing, but for somebody else it doesn't. And somebody's pocket may be less than what somebody else's pocket is. So why don't we tell them what the best substitute is, rather than we feeling like, you know, nothing against Sakai at all, but if you can't afford Sakai, what is the second best food to feed?
Yeah. So what's within your budget, Matt?
Yeah.
That's the question.
And I think on this forum you will get that, but on others you won't. And this
just need to feed and trifle, don't you, Daz?
The way he's going.
I'm gaining volume, and it's increasing my belly.
Now, Ollie, I think that, Ollie, is this the first time you've actually seen this channel?
Yeah.
So what is your take on it?
It's very, very good. But not simple to get on, Matt.
There, Ollie. I wasn't being insulting when I was talking about what I said. Sorry, mate.
problem I found, and it's not just with koi, it's across the board, is the amount of misinformation on the internet. The so-called experts who know it all and basically don't know a damn thing, but people listen to them, and it's very interesting tonight to listen to.
There's a very good saying, Ollie. Bullshit baffles brains. And there's a lot of bullshit out there.
Yeah, a hell of a lot. I mean, one couple of things. Sander, marvellous product, but horrendous backup for spares or information. You buy the product and you're almost left on your own. No information on protein skimmer. Should it be up? Should it be down? Should it be lower than pond water? Should it be higher? And
Welcome to the koi world.
Yeah, oh yeah. Which
error.
That suits me because I like solving problems. But there's a lot of people out there that aren't as capable and could buy a product which ain't cheap, but they can't get working because there's no information. And then going back to your food thing, are you better off buying a poorer quality but being able to afford greater quantity, or are you better off paying for the better product but feeding less?
Well, Vicky, you're the best.
You are.
Have
Yeah,
you
you are. The problem with some foods which is how many hands it passes through. There's no doubt sake's an amazing food. There's no question about that. But you've got to pay so many people to get it that you're paying a product that's cost 50 quid, you're paying nearly 300 quid.
Yep.
So the ingredients that go into it aren't that amazing because the sake only costs 50 quid to manufacture. Other foods. But the research behind it, there's no doubt. I mean, I'm into day 20 of a 100-day trial, and I'm already starting to think about stopping it because
why?
Because we didn't the coppins, the food I normally use. A shipment was late, so I couldn't use it. But in the meantime, they've done so well on the sake. It's ridiculous, and it's like shit. So I'm now. They're playing catch up, but when you look at the ponds, it's like that's literally in 20 days, and it's not a fair trial because I've not done it.
You could see it the other day in video that Vince did. There's a noticeable size difference in the pond that first by the door to the opposite to the other one.
The same volume of food's gone into both ponds.
Yeah, although the ones to the left-hand side seem to be feeding more vigorously, the others feeding more relaxed, but gaining more mass from it.
Is that because the nutrient of the food is better?
The food, but the trouble is because I didn't have the original food, so I've had to use a different diet for a period. Now they're on the proper diet, so I need to give it a bit longer. But yeah, when you look at them, you're like shit. But then already, one pond's done 50 quid, one pond's done over 300 quid.
That's the problem.
You're like, wow, that's the difference.
Yeah. Can you pull that back when it comes to the sales of your fish, though, Rick?
No, you can't. Otherwise, your fish price goes through the roof, Gaz.
Yeah, there's the pros and cons to it.
56 ponds, we're going through 4 sacks a week. Right, that's 800 quid. Right, and if we look at a season of 6 months, just work out the cost of the food down.
They were saying ANC saying Sakai carry all the way, Ricky, with an okay. But I mean,
it is.
Yes, for getting the fish to grow, getting the bulk on them, get the body on them, get the mass growth on them.
Is it the only way? That's the question.
That's what we're doing, though, isn't it? That's the whole point of what I'm trying to achieve. So now they're going on to this diet, and I've already spoken to Matt, and he's saying, "Well, do you want to try it? You know, because obviously he's confident, and he's like he wants to see the best results. So if the food I'm using doesn't perform, and I know it does perform, I can do a centimetre a week with it, but it's not performing as well as sake at the minute. But then again, I've not given them. It's a little bit out. But by the end of the 100 days, I will know exactly the weight gain, the cost, the colour quality, the body shape, everything. And obviously, then you can weigh up and say, well, that quality of fish has cost X amount. That quality of fish has cost X amount. Am I better off just growing my fish as normal and then giving them a 2-week boost with sake?
It's like
give the bulk and what's some extra
value onto that fish, but it's cost you 50% extra value.
Could you do it the other way, Rick? Could you feed them because it's a rapid difference already in 20 days? Could you feed them that for half the growing period, get some bulk on them quick, get some good colour into them quick, and then maintain that so that your costs are less, so that then when it comes to sales, you've not invested a shitload of it, but enough to still make a nice, reasonable profit.
That's the whole point of doing it, is what line can you feed one pond? So, like I say, you might just need 2 weeks to polish them off, because at the end of the day, they get to a point and then you're not getting that same gain of quality potentially, or maybe you are. So I need to do it for the period of time to actually weigh up exactly what's what, and then try another diet. And I think where my head's going is running those 2 ponds for a number of years, one continually on, and I'll change the fish every 6 months as they'll be marketed, but I can run one pond continually on sake Hikari colour and then use the other. That's my baseline, and use the other pond. I can go through lots of different diets. I can use EA's diet. I can use Coppin's top diet. I can use, and just see how, if I've got a baseline, then I can see where I can get to with other foods
Can I just leave my yellow hornet in there throughout this full testing period so it comes out like mad?
Mate, honestly, that
You can see the difference, Rick.
the weight
Straight
gain on
away,
those
man.
fish.
As soon as I saw it on video, I thought, Jesus Christ.
What video was that, Gav?
Oh, it's on Vince's
Today or yesterday?
yesterday. Yeah, one
Yeah,
I did yesterday.
I haven't watched it yet.
There's a noticeable difference. You can see straight away.
But it's not fair at the minute because, like I say, just because of the way it's been, they've only had two feeds of the Munger mix. So literally, there's a gap because that's just how it is.
What did you switch back to, Rick, when you ran out of Coppins?
They were just basically on the staple because that's all we had. We sold out of the bloody colour food again. We had a shipment last week. It's gone. And there's another problem. Obviously, Coppins are pretty good. We can put an order in, and within a month of anything we want, we've got it. But like speaking of Crafty, he's got to order his food like
4 months in
advance just to get. How do you even go around that? I mean,
it's very difficult, man.
So, but yeah, I've got different diets, different things to use. They've only been on the Munger mix, like I say, literally 4 days. And if they can claw it, if they can come back in line, then great. If they don't, they don't. I can change the diet. I'll use a different diet, and I'll keep playing. To have a baseline to work against is brilliant. I can have a baseline of the best food in the world, technically, and another pond identical next door. I can use any foods to see where the difference lies.
Well,
I reckon Saki and Takazumi would be a good test.
Yeah.
But that's the whole point, isn't it? We can go through, and I don't know. I looked at the EA food, but again, it's the same protein.
Growth food.
No difference. So I'm using 37% protein in one pond, and 43% protein in the other pond. So you've got a difference. So
that as I said there, Rick. I mean, the biggest number one key though is the heat in it. With the heat, they'll grow on a quality food that will grow no matter what, won't they?
At the right heat with the right conditions, but the difference is going to be obviously the skin luster, the colour type, the amount of failures. You're going to get failures in terms of colour. Which ones? If one fails a lot more than the other, and then the body, the weight gain as well. And obviously, I'm seeing weirdly in the Shishuis a massive difference.
Really?
Can I ask a question?
You can.
What are they using in Japan? Because you get a lot of feedback on mud ponds and all the various heats, snow, blah, blah. You get very little fact of what the Japanese feed their fish on.
Depends how good they are. Doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, I saw a picture and it was a pickup truck reversing back in, and basically they were just dumping scrap food into the pond. Waste, human food waste. But surely they must use
sake. So when you go around in Japan, mate, sake is in every dealer's house. It's not necessarily the prime diet of what it is that they feed, because some of the younger Tozai, you see a Japanese brand that you don't recognize. The difference is that it could be something that is produced in the same factory, but in a different bag. The problem is you don't know, because over there, their food abilities and what they produce is by far better than over here.
Right.
Crafty, it just doesn't make sense to me. It's only an analysis of the food. So how can Sakai be so much more superior than everything else?
You've got to look at the price of the ingredients, mate. Over here, we got tax on tax on tax. Over there, you don't have it.
Yeah.
I think the main difference is like the Hikari probiotics or whatever. So
the probiotics,
that is the only difference between that and most other foods. If you buy a decent fish meal content, you're going to get good growth, good body, whatever. But it's
the probiotic that sake have got is it produces a germ within the digestive system, apparently, but it's patented. Take from that what you will, right? But actually, it seems they've got something in there, the magic ingredient that no one else can hit, really.
But that's the whole point. That's the part of it I love, running my food. So when they get on the Munga mix, there's more colour enhancer and probiotics in my Munga mix than in Saki Akari. So I need to get, once that's going in properly, we'll see a fair result. But
the other thing as well, though, like even like Saki Akari is generally used, I think, like as everyone said, for like the better fish in Japan. But the best fish in Japan, they make their own food for it. Like when I was at Agata's fish house, like he had his main pond with like fish over 100 centimeters, and his pellets were like mini Malteser like size pellets,
Yeah.
and they're all handmade and they're really green as well. I don't know what's in them, and obviously you see Saki like they've got an employee who goes around like making food just for like champion grade fish. I don't even think they get Saki.
I've said it in the past. If you go on Saki on Sakai's website, he's actually got a link that gives you all the ingredients of what his own brand diet is that he feeds to his meter plus fish.
But to make a paste food to feed a handful of fish is just not for most people. The Munga mix that we do, the mix I put in, is a similar product, but it's just to make it, to put it onto a pellet to get it into the fish. But it's still a bull's egg. You can't put it into freezers. You can't immediately. You've got
sell by date.
Every day.
The thing is, and like now we've set Ollie on this track now, but you've been a tinkerer. But the thing is, what you'll find with a lot of people is they feed a percentage of the body mass of the fish. So whatever the fish weighs, they'll be feeding a percentage of that.
2%.
Yeah, 2% of the fish. You know, in a period of time. I can't remember exactly what it is. But like, it's, you know, you can really get nitty gritty with it. And if we all looked at that and looked at what we're feeding, we'd all be underfeeding. Maybe not some. But,
no, Joe, you're right, mate. 99%. Even all these people in the comments and that say, "I'll throw all this shit." Bollocks, mate. A lot of it is so expensive. You know, you think you may be doing it unless you're weighing it out, like Lee Hadfield, right? He knows what he's feeding. I reckon you're probably 40 to 60% under what you think you're feeding.
Yeah, but you can't feed the body weight. It doesn't work because the body weight thing changes as the fish age, temperature, and everything else.
Gain weight
as it grows.
You can feed young Toso, nearly 5% a day at the right temperature if you want to push him. But you can't do that with a big fish.
How do you work out the body weight when you haven't been able to catch a fish in your pond for the last 2 years?
Just keep filling it in.
You need to improve on your skills, Matt. Not for just catching fish, but understanding them.
I haven't found a net that reaches the far side yet.
Speak to Northeye and they'll make you one, mate.
What about that one? So is a varied diet wrong then?
No.
Of course it's not. But at the end of the day, you can only get, if you're trying to grow a fish commercially massive, then there's a certain diet you want to be using. If you want it to look pretty, you need another diet. If you want it to there's so many variants that it's impossible. But the more variation you give, generally the better. But you'll deal with a lot more waste out the other end as well.
I mean, if you look at me as a prime example, right? Fucking body of an angel, mate. An L's angel. Don't stop eating. No, but I don't eat a Michelin star diet. That's why I'm round. Do you know what I mean?
Well, whilst we're on the topic of foods, right?
But don't tell me you're hungry. You
Always, mate.
You don't get a fucking body like that from skimping food.
Absolutely not. So I made the extremely wrong move of picking up a 5 kilogram bag of JPD colour food and mixing it into 15 kilos of Saki growth. Like, so a quarter was the JPD colour food. And I'm not kidding, within 2 weeks of feeding it, I had a Soragoi that was getting its Achiba markings back.
That's not down to the food, that's down to the genetics of the fish. If it was going to come, it's going to come.
But every single fish started pushing secondary through. Tancho Sankey, where the
not
gill plates
always
been
true,
cut.
guys.
I'm only saying what I've been told here when I said that about.
You can. Genetics are always there, but it can be enhanced by a certain type of ingredient within a food.
So, Rick,
So what you're saying, Jay? So you put in JPD colour food, which is a very cheap. Basically, it's designed for pushing colour, which has got high levels of spirulina and astaxanthin or whatever it is in it, which is exactly what Saki Hikari is in their colour food. There's no difference, which is exactly the same as any other manufacturer that produces colour food. They're the two main colour ingredients. So, what if you'd put Sakai Hikari colour in? You'd have probably seen exactly the same, rather than their.
The other thing is it contains krill meal, which I'm not sure that sake colour contains, and I'm not sure whether that has an effect. And but every single fish, I'm not kidding, I had to take it out because I was seeing thousands of pounds worth of fish. I like literally Tancho Sankey that has obviously had its gill plates cut in Japan. The benny's just starting to come back. Sunspots on Karashigoi. I had it explained to me like you've got certain chromatophores in the skin that get fill up with the colour, and then that's what display. And once they get too full, and they can't put that colouring. I'm talking about my heart. In the right place, it starts blurting it out into different places.
And that's all the areas where you bought them expensive fish, where they took it all out from before, yeah?
Yeah.
Possibly.
Yeah. That's exactly, and that's the problem with colour food. And if anyone tells you tanchos are not cut, that's another separate discussion because
Joe, they're not cut, mate.
If anyone owns a tancho and believes it's not cut, there you go. But
don't say that with. Don't say that with. Yeah, poor Ollie's just bought one.
What about the Kajaku tancho, mate? They're definitely not cut.
Yeah, but they might be tidied up.
It's one of those things, isn't it? Okay. So the amount of colour that goes in the Munga mix is off the scale, and yet I feed it to our Shiros and don't see any difference. If they've got Benny, it will come out regardless, and if it hasn't, it doesn't. It's not something that can be expressed if it's not there. You can dye the pigment. The trouble is you can dye the flesh of the fish, which is where a lot of the colour enhancer from the salmon foods come from. So obviously that's designed to colour the flesh, not the pigment of the pattern, but the flesh of the fish. You can start the meat a different colour, and that will obviously give a different background colour depending on how there's so many
with chickens, isn't it?
So many variants to it.
Is it not true then?
What's not true?
Colour. When I said I had what was a lemon harawaki, and it turned into a crappy harawaki by feeding colour food, and other colours come up through into that fish. And when I said that, I never had that issue until I started feeding colour food. And you said that's because it was always going to come until you enhanced it by giving the colour.
Yes.
Yeah, you probably brought something out that was always going to be there. But yellow is a nightmare pigment. It's not enhanced with colour foods, whereas Benny is, and most colours are, but
so
yellow.
Certain ones can be ruined because it's not really ideally suited to that type specific fish of colour.
Say that again.
Certain colours are enhanced, like a kahaku or or whatever, but then other colours can be ruined rather than being enhanced and made.
It's not so much ruined, but obviously environment will ruin. We can knock yellow off a harawaki in 2 weeks flat by cooking them. If you put them heat and push them, yellow is just unstable. It's an unstable.
Yeah, it fucking disappears.
So you can grow them slow and steady, and it will stay for years. You can push them hard, and bang, you've got a platinum Ozone. But what Joe said was his fish, he's changed the diet, and he's had a reaction from a different diet, and whether it's a krill meal in it, whether it's whatever, the serious, their colour food is designed purely for bringing out colour. So they probably just had a boost colour enhancer and showing, like you said, showing stuff that wasn't shown before, but it's there. It's there ready to pop out when he's going to take it to a show. So he might have to be careful with his fish and think, well, actually, I've got to be very steady with my colour enhancers. If I'm growing them, I've got to just use minimal amounts, so I don't bring out colours I don't want that are sitting there under the skin, ready to go pop. But they probably will start coming out regardless. At some point, we're going to have to It's colour food.
Yeah, I know. I think a lot of it is to do with like you said, like the quality of the you can manage the quality of the colouring enhancers in your Munger mix. The question mark that I've got is the JPD stuff. Like, what is it the equivalent of in colour food of a doner kebab, where it's like the greasy fucking shit colour food that does nothing for like the luster of the skin, but just goes, here you fucking go, red pigment, and all the fish start getting fucking secondary everywhere. Where I've not, it's put me off colour food, to be honest. Like, I don't know whether it was just a bad quality one or whatnot. Like, again, I'd love to interview JPD and ask the question in a nicer way.
They're not going to do that, mate. After you've just said it.
I reckon you may just shit your all for with that one, mate.
Possibly, if they're watching.
You're not having much luck though these last couple of weeks, Joe, are you, with the water parameters and
this was last year. To be fair,
has it dropped back off again then, or are now they all just looking?
Well, that's the thing.
Are you moving everything on and buying a new lot of stock again?
Well, my Tancho's still got these tiny little orange lines on right and bottom at gill plate. Secondary, but the Soragoi, the Achiever markings have disappeared again, which all Soragoi as well. Another thing of obviously Achiever that have lost their colours. Yeah. So I guess taking it back off the colour food, it's reverted to type again.
Would your pH have any effect on it?
I don't know, but this was last year before that problem.
Yeah. Joe, are you still getting the same issue?
I've stopped water changing now.
Okay.
So are you still getting the same issue?
Separate question. Since I did it, that as we spoke about it here last week, there's been a few people message me with the same problem. So with water, so it's not just me.
No, I did speak to Gaz during the week, and there's a gentleman that I don't know whether you got a response to. Gaz?
I have, mate. Yeah, we are in chats.
Superb. So it was basically one of my customers down here that is experiencing exactly the same as what you are. So it was a good pH coming out the tap, put into a bucket, and the following day at a 9 pH.
Wow.
And he's got the answers, and he's been doing lots on it, and hopefully Gaz is capturing this. Is he prepared to come online?
I spoke with him, and he said he would love to come on. We just need to finalise how, what, where, and when. So hopefully, we can drop him a message, and we can get him on next week, and then we can have that gentleman come on to discuss.
That can only be a chemical reaction, because you're not going to get any algae in tap water overnight or whatever. So it can only be even
chemical element.
So
agent.
Chlorine's dispersing, it's changing the pH. Something's changing chemically in the water once it's out of the tap.
In my opinion, it's something the water companies are doing to basically legally supply the water lower than 9.
In short, he was basically saying it was being masked by some element, and after a 24-hour period, the masking didn't have the effect, and then it would actually show you then your true pH. And his suggestion was that the only way that you could rectify this was to run an RO system.
There you go. That's Ollie be on that next.
Yeah,
I've looked at it.
Philip King's question there, Rick. Hi, Rick. Do you use the same foods behind the scenes which you sell in the shop?
Yeah, the only reason we sell it in the shop is because that's what we use, and that's what people ask us for. But the grow food we only use in the mud ponds. We don't use it in any sales pond because water clarity is not great with it. It was a grow food, but it's not designed. The vitality is what I use pretty much for all the growing stuff. It's the colour food. It's exactly what we use. It is what it is. It's Copland's food, man. We've been as open and honest about it.
Do you get it packaged, Rick?
We package it in ourselves, but we also sell it by the sack in Copland sack. It's not like we're repackaging it. It's there.
Yeah.
You know?
What are you feeding in your shop, Crafty? What are you feeding?
Saki.
Were you not listening, Matt? He's doing it.
What? No, Crafty, not you.
Pound a week.
He just said about 15 minutes ago.
Oh, did he?
Four bags a week of sake.
Yeah, 800 quid a
Satellite
week.
everywhere. Wow.
Wow.
So that's an interesting comment by Up North guy there saying about copper in the water gone sky high. So in the north, they're saying that when they backflush, or when Yorkshire Water are essentially cleaning the pumping stations, they're saying when they're backflushing the pumping stations and cleaning, that's dispersing copper in the water from the actual pumping station. So, like, I had a guy out here. He's like, "Your house doesn't have copper pipes. How can you have copper in your water? You know, you have plastic pipes. It's a new build estate. But if they're backflushing their pumping station, and that's chugging up a load of copper into the water, like that, it's a big thing. Like, and so Yorkshire Water are recommending now to fit bone char if you've got a koi pond now. That's like what we've had back in writing. It's just unbelievable. But again, they don't make water for aquatic life, do they? So,
Well, but that's the thing, isn't it? They're making safe drinking water. They don't give a crap about your fish.
no.
Why should they?
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
They're making safe drinking water. Well, maybe.
They're just making cheap drinking water. That's my problem.
Like,
Like
they're fortune for it.
well, yeah, they're
They're
like,
making
you know,
cheap drinking water, Joe.
Well,
What
I'll
else?
tell you what, mate. If you went and lived in fucking India or Iraq or anything like that,
yeah,
you'd
it's
have
true.
problems then, mate. You couldn't even drink it.
For the price that we pay for it, they shouldn't have to be using masking agents to provide a legal pH in the water. That's my big deal with it. Like, you know, for the price per whatever ton we pay for water, it's unbelievable. And
this
there's,
is right to the off gem, mate.
yeah,
The
water aid.
Off what?
At this rate,
yeah.
Joe, they're gonna stop your water supply, and Jay, you're never gonna get any food from Japan Pet products.
To be fair, Joe, I mean, I normally drop some clangers, mate, but you beat me down this week.
No, to be fair, I do only really want to work with brands that I like recommend. To be fair, and I've given them the option to come on the record and speak to me about whatever they want to speak about. And I think that food is made by Coppens as well, so it's not
Not anymore.
Is it
not
not?
anymore. It was done under license. But to be fair, one of the best foods I've ever used is Medikoi or Medicarp. Get that right, Medicarp, which is the JPM food anyway, and that's one of the best foods. The donkey shit is, but it's more than twice the price of their colour food, which doesn't make sense until you start looking at what other ingredients are obviously in it. So, yeah, bizarre. And what I used to think you get the true colours. Depends on the bloodline, depends the temperature they're kept at, depends the food they're given. Anywhere between 3 and 8 years old. It's all, yeah, this is one of them, isn't it?
It's like what's defined true colours, but when you get all the colours well balanced.
The day before they start falling off. At that point.
Yeah, and it's like Beppu do really nice little pretty Sankeys with Sumi Up and probably look absolutely dreadful when they're 8 years old or whatever, because they'll look like showers or whatever. But then you get some other bloodlines that probably don't have any Sumi until they're like 2 or 3 years old, do they? So,
yeah.
But do any of them look like? Goshiki. Let's have a look at some Goshiki.
We've not done this yet.
Slip straight into that one. You were all.
Well, good night, everyone.
Yeah. So this is the bit where I like to scare everybody out of the chat for the evening and say goodbye to the vast majority. As we're now going to a little bit of koi appreciation. And this is fish number 1. Chris Enton's Ginringoshke needs to go on a diet, he thinks.
Pretty much, yeah.
that's quite a common thing with Goshkas, isn't it? Kajaku get a bad reputation for that tail pinching thing.
Yeah, well, that's a Goshiki, mate. So,
but I think Goshiki are just as bad as Kajaku for it, aren't they?
I think
There you go.
there's a lot like it, mate. To be
Is that the
fair,
only one? Are we done?
No,
that's a winner.
no. Right, let's go. Second one there is Sally Harfield's little grow on project Matt looks.
There you go. It's only Goshki on one side, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a minnow.
Other side's the Seragoy.
Sally,
Oh, no, it has got a little bit there on the other side.
all right.
A few more. Now, if you remember rightly, one of these, I think, last time was one of hers that was looking particularly unwell, and I think it's going to be this little tancho there. And
I do remember that.
That has now started to turn into a nice little fish, hasn't it?
Yeah.
There you go. The little sort of two-step Gimrin one's the best for me, that.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, that's nice.
Nice, that.
Very nice.
Yeah.
We're done. Nice. On it. Ellie?
Caleb Noggs. This one came from some guy called Matt, I believe.
I can't remember that one.
You can't remember that one.
Why is that? Why can't you remember that?
Because I sell too many fish, Crafty.
That's all right.
Well, it might have been the markings.
It's probably the best so far.
Funny netting pattern on it.
We're focused on the fish underneath. Photography needs work.
You've got to learn to squint
Yeah,
a bit. Joe.
we need a bowl, man. These fish would be way more easy to appreciate.
To be honest, water clarity is amazing, isn't it? Because
It was clean. Very clear.
yeah, it's in a bowler. Oh,
There
no,
we
it's
go. It's a different one, though, isn't it?
Now that is quality or better.
That's nice.
That's fed on the right food. That's going to.
See, that's like
Fucking
a
bent, mate.
that's not like a floating Benny style, is it? It's not.
That's a fish for going round corners.
Is that the same one? Or am I going mad?
No,
No, it's different
Let's have a
now.
look.
yeah.
No.
Look at the pattern. The same fish, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it might be. Actually.
That's the same fish.
Grey look different on its back.
It's the same fish.
Oh, it is the same fish, mate. You're right. It is.
It's got a different light, hasn't it?
Now, obviously, the quality's not as good as this one because this one's literally been recorded from the monitor on the monitor.
That's clearly been bought from somewhere, isn't it?
Recognise that bowl. I've
I
spent
don't
about.
recognise that bowl either. Much.
I've spent about
Oh,
Oh
look.
bloody hell! Look at that.
Well,
How can
I
you
spent
didn't
about-
recognise that, Joe?
I was just saying, I've spent about 500 hours over the top of that bowl.
So that's it when she brought it. We've got a nice timeline there, back to front. That probably once had floating Benny. It's now got a few little shimmies coming on, isn't it?
Looks orange.
How's my Goshki doing, Rick, that you took?
It was good, and then it went covered in cart pox like you wouldn't believe, and now it's mint again. It had a weird reaction. But yeah, no, it's I quite like it. It's odd, isn't it?
It is odd.
It's odd, yeah. I don't know.
Cal Stevens, Simon Shears.
Yeah, quite like
You
it.
said do Goshki.
It's Goshki, isn't it?
Eric's.
That looks like a nice example, but I'll see it from this angle. Completely red back.
We need them in a bowl, don't we? They need
Yeah,
to be
well, the
submitted
difference
from-
being when they're in a bowl, and we'll show some that are in a bowl so we can see the difference.
But they need to be in a bowl, and I'll do a special offer next week.
There is Rick's in a
Well,
bowl.
I didn't want to show the same one, so a different one.
That's nice,
That's,
Rick.
that's nice, that is. Yeah. That's the best one so far for me.
Ooh, love it. That's an offspring from one of Mark Gardner, the Mark Gardner pairing we did. We'll do.
Got big pecs as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's male. It's just male, isn't it?
Easy male.
Very male.
Oh yeah,
so far.
Nice.
Aaron's winning.
That's so far that one. Yeah.
Yeah, I do like Ginrin on them as well. Nice.
Nice, isn't it?
What breeder was that?
You will tell us in a minute. In a minute.
Tell us in a minute.
Coming up
on bed, wouldn't
about now.
I thought he might have gone bed.
It probably has.
Yeah, so it's just on the video. Get all the information in. 43 sets. That's probably the biggest one we've seen as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice. It's lovely
Oh, he's
floating
not
Benny.
in
Isn't it?
Yeah, that's good fish.
Yeah.
And that,
Was
about
that
a
it?
few that have been sent out, well, some more have been sent through, but not posted into the other
The
area.
correct category.
Gone straight into the normal.
It's
This
a
one
big-
is
Oh,
Helen's.
that's very good.
I think that could be the new winner. Who's
I
that?
think we have this in a video as well.
Go on,
Oh,
Ricky.
that's-
Say it again, Ricky.
That's
That's
the best
nice.
one yet, mate.
Yeah, that is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well done, Matt.
That robin is insane.
That lemon arrowaki.
Oh, that's nice as well.
Ashley Robertson.
Go on, Ricky. What's
Where
your
the other
opinion
one?
on that one?
That's the nice one as well,
I'd
isn't
like to see them both together, mate, because I think that's as good as the last one. Matt, I sold it to you for £5. That's
Hang on.
nice. I think to be fair, the other one, Helen's winning.
Can I have a look at Helen's again?
Yeah, no, that wins. That
Easy
wins.
winner. Easy
Yeah.
winner.
I'll tell you the story with these goshikis. It's really interesting. And I'm probably going to say it all wrong now, but and this one in particular, it was really weird that I had numerous customers come over and look at the goshikis, and I bowled them all up. And what do you call the darkness of a goshiki on the scale?
What, the rodent?
Yeah. So I was bowling them up, and I was having two totally different varieties, and the picture. And the first ones to actually sell were the lighter coloured bodied ones. Yeah, and not the darker scale where you can see the perfect scalation of it, which is like Helen's one, where it was like, to me, was the winning fish out of all the bowls.
And that's it.
Yeah. Nice little one. Well, people like different things, though, don't they, Matt? Luckily, otherwise they'd all want the same one.
Yeah. No, and this one in particular, yeah, it is one of mine.
It's unusual.
That is different.
Exactly. It is so unusual. It's totally different to a normal goshiki. Like with that one, what you would expect. To that one, is the pattern right? Is there too much penny in there?
There is. It's good. It's a good example, isn't it? It's a lovely floating Benny, as clean as you like. But unfortunately,
that's got better body and structure straight away. That's what on the body and the structure. It's a little bit more advanced in its development, but that's not what wins it. The body takes it straight away for me.
So, on your opinion, then, like the black nose that you see on Helen's one?
That's a cool video.
It's just at the different
That's a
stage
cool
of development,
fish.
isn't it? Like that's
that fish there, I can remember that when it was 4 inches, maybe 5.
Pause it as it turns, Gaz. Just say it. Boom.
It is, yeah, it is a phenomenal fish. It's totally different to what
There you go. You had it there.
at it there.
How
Yeah,
big's
no,
that?
Helen's fish is by
Just
far the
like-
best.
Like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that. What age is that?
Sansai probably now. Yeah, it would be Sansai.
Only Sanzai.
Yeah.
That's well developed at Sanzai. It's a nice acer.
Right, apparently Simon says he posted a video.
Simon says.
Simon said.
Ollie, have you got
Hey, just while we have got all the people that are posting fish, right? Each week I post this and I ask everybody to put their, I mean, it even says it in the description. If you can
No
drop
one
it.
reads it.
Exactly. So that's why I keep pointing it out, so I don't have to keep chasing through.
Do they have
If
to
you
do
post all your questions and all your pictures and your videos in this little bit here, and you do so by a little add in your comment, and when you go to click add a comment, it comes up with a little tab so that you can actually click on it and upload your picture and your videos as well with your question if you've got one as well. Simon says he did do a little video.
Do they do it in capitals as well, Gaz?
No, it doesn't need to be in capitals. It's just on here where I prefer it. Just even a question. in
Tease it, mate.
It's all to make it run smooth, Matt.
I think Ollie needs to be the one that picks the next fish.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Don't say butterfly koi.
I still want to do the ugliest one.
They're going.
I reckon Ollie will choose a Tancho
No.
Kujaku, sorry.
Where the hell is it then, Si? It's
That
in
one.
the description. Am I missing something here? Let's go for all comments.
But then he wasn't there. And we can just look, there's an interesting picture where we have the world leaders at the D-Day celebration.
Who's got the TV on with the world leaders then? We've missed
Ollie,
something.
that's
I
Matt.
haven't.
Somebody in background, partially
It's
deaf.
definitely Matt.
It's not me. Everybody's
Fucking is, mate. Definitely you.
everybody's gone to bed.
Oh, it's Ollie.
Mate.
Sorry, here you go.
There's no.
Other space.
There's only 16 comments and they're all there.
Refresh. Go on Telegram a minute, Gaz.
Let's
Well, I've sent you
refresh.
one.
It might be right. It might be. It needs a refresh.
Come on, Ollie. So, what's your fish of the next week?
Mm-mm.
Come on.
You got to pick a variety for them to submit next
Oh,
week.
got to be shower, isn't it?
That's a nice fish.
It is a nice fish.
That is nice.
But it's not in there. Help me out, Si. Where is it?
Don't
Go on
worry,
Telegram,
Gaz. He said.
Gaz. I don't know why that's not working.
Where's Simon's fish gone anyway? It was there. What the hell?
Technology, mate, it's all broken.
Is it that one? No.
No.
SpaceX have launched a rocket while we've been waiting.
Has it made it to the moon?
There it is, Simon. There we go. Simon's fish.
Nice
In a video.
video. I like the belly quality's nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
His nose looks a bit.
How the hell did you scroll past that 5 times and not see it?
Yes, I think I've seen that fish. I'm sure you clicked on it before.
Now we saw the Asagi before.
Yeah.
It don't take the wind, but that Benny quality is solid, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Nice Benny on that.
Yeah.
I sent you another one on Telegram, but I don't think it'll beat Helen's.
I've sent you one as well on Facebook.
Oh, look, they're all
but
coming now.
Oh,
it's not-
You've only had 7 days,
Tell you
folks,
what.
and they all start sneaking in at last minute.
Yeah.
It's
I
not
don't
brilliant.
Don't count.
I don't think dealers or anybody can, apart from the end buyer, the hobbyist.
End buyer.
Yes.
I'm actually selling this one. See, this is where I've got to be brutal with my
I can
collection.
see why, mate, to be fair.
It's not getting
I'm
any
joking,
better.
Joe.
Hey, crafty, boom.
I'm going to cry now.
No, I'm only messing, mate.
You can tell that's being kept in Yorkshire water.
Yeah,
Yeah.
100%.
Why you
pH
telling
9.
Yeah, pH 9.2. You'll be happy.
Well, it's just dirty on that Benny on the right hand shoulder.
You're far too particular, Joe.
I've got to make room. That's my problem.
Yeah, look, that's a customer one. It's not a great photo, but the fish is nice, isn't it?
It's a shame it's a shame that.
The achiever's nice side of it.
We're not doing it even, mate.
I
Give
know.
me
I
endorsement.
was just making a statement.
That keyword is nice.
Yeah, Alan Tate said that was a pretty fish, Joe. That.
Thank you. Yeah.
I just want to point it out.
Alan, you've been down out 5
You
minutes.
know what he said? He said was.
Do you know I only paid £25 for it, so I
You
think
can
I've
tell.
got pretty decent value for that.
You've done well on that, mate.
So who's getting it?
Sally, mate.
Yeah.
Sally? No, Helen.
Helen, sorry. Helen. I think that's a unanimous in it today.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's stunning that. Yeah. A hard variety to do that.
That is banging.
Nice that.
Do you know, so on this Goshiki there was 12,
Goshki.
sorry, that I purchased, and this was, I think there's 3 left in there.
I'll put a little link on there for a little bit of an advert, Gaz, in my chat.
Don't need an advert. Everyone's going.
Yeah, no, got to
The
promote
British
it,
Koi
mate, every
Keeping
week.
Society presents the 44th National 2024 Koi Show, the Heart of England Conference and Event Centre, on the Saturday the 29th and Sunday the 30th of June. We will be there, so we shall see you there if you're going. Helen wins 100%, Mr. Tate.
And where's that at? Is that a
Do us a
Coventry?
favour, Gaz. What's that 4th picture along?
That's crafty before, and
He
that's
was
when he's been out in operations for 6 months.
That's what I was captured down an hole.
There you go.
I'll send you that picture, Gaz, of
Who's
that.
going?
Ojuba. Everyone's going.
Apparently, I got to sleep with somebody that snores.
Who's that?
You.
You're sleeping with Rick.
Snores? Mate, don't snore. He rattles the earth.
Does your missus know you're sleeping with her?
It feels like Trevor's.
Well, she did say, I don't know whether you'd be able to handle you.
Go on then, Ollie. Do us a favour. Did you say shower?
Shower.
Yep. If we can shower for next week. Right, ladies and gents, you can all do us a huge favour. When I post a little link with a picture or whatever, drop your pictures of your showers in there on the Facebook group. That'd be greatly appreciated. If it's not posted, wait till it is.
Just wait till we're doing the live and post at the last minute.
Yeah,
That
last
always
minute
works.
entry.
Have you got any shower?
Alan, that was a lovely fish.
I have, yeah, but not good ones.
Get them on.
I'll have a go.
So how many viewers did we lose? Half?
We went down to 122 from 160. Now we're down to 121 because you asked.
We've just sent you that Ojuba. Have a
Oh,
look
there
at this.
actually is a question there anyway. There is no
No.
question there that we've missed. We've missed it. Yeah? And I don't want to disappoint anybody, so let's try to make sure we can. Where was the question? I'm sure I saw it. Quick question, a food question that is. What's everyone's colour/growth ratio when using a feeder? So
60,
colour
40,
towards growth ratio, what would be a good mix ratio?
Ask
As,
Joe. Give him like
as we all
25%.
now know, Joe went with a 15% colour enhancer. That's not such a good idea.
Yeah.
Maybe
Don't use the
5% colour then, I
JPD
do.
stuff. Well, I've seen people use 50-50, like the Saki stuff. Like I have seen it, but Saki Balance is doing really good for me at the minute. I guess that has colour in it as well. So
I'm using all colour all the time.
That's my diet for this year. Colour alone.
Just colour, mate.
There you
Really?
go then. So,
you
the
sad
second
man.
question is, evening all, what's everyone's thoughts on a weekly water changes? Are they really necessary? I currently do between 10 to 20% depending on the season, and I'm currently overstocked. And I've been told that water changes help remove hormones that can stunt coi's growth. Any ideas? Ta.
Depends what sort of source water you got. Because Joe's is so bad he can't put any in his pond.
And it depends on what filtration you got.
And
Matt,
how
on
much
the other
cleaning.
hand, has got lovely borehole water, isn't you?
If
Yeah.
right, there's lots of people that talk about doing water changes and say they don't really do a water change. If you clean your filter and then you top
No.
it back up again, you're doing a water change, regardless.
Got a drum that's taking the pond water
It's
out.
taking it out. And
Yeah,
it's
how much, right? You're running 2 drums, mate, aren't you?
Yep.
So do you measure how much water you put it? So on your cycle, are you cleaning straight from the pond or using tap water? Which way are you doing it?
I use pond water, but I've got a separate chamber to feed the drum spray bar.
Right.
But that goes through me big blue before it goes in, and I find that tops the pond up.
Do you know how much water you're replacing?
I haven't got a clue.
You've never
Basically,
measured that.
I've had to put an overflow into the main drum, otherwise the pond level shot up in a matter of about 2 days.
Yeah, I think the issue with the drums is everybody has the impression it's taking out water from the pond, and yes, it is. But also, when the spray bar is going off, it's actually adding water to the pond because not all of it is being chucked out as waste. Some of it is going back in around the outside of the drum.
There you go.
Can we just all appreciate a Thursday night knees up with these guys? Not to blow smoke up anyone's butt, but I love spending my Thursday with Crafty. I even like spending my Thursday with Crafty. Love you really, buddy.
Don't worry about it, Mr. Chugger.
Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate it.
I'll tell you what, he tights well for a fucking 2-year-old. Did you see his picture?
Yeah, as Vicky says there, if you top your pond up because water's evaporated, that's a water change. It surprises me. So you see this a heck of a lot in tropical fish keepers and what have you. Oh, I've had same tank water for years and years and years. Only time I had any water is when I top it up. So you water change every week then, yeah?
That's an interesting one, though. Is a top up through evaporation a water change?
Yes,
Because
because you're changing the element of the water by adding
Yeah,
water.
but everything that you've got in the pond has been left in the pond, and what's being evaporated is
Yes,
just
true. It's
water.
concentrated, isn't it? Yeah.
It's still fresh water being added into your pond. isn't it?
You're still adding a fresh element of water to what you had prior to that water evaporating out. So, yes,
But you're
yeah.
not taking any salts or heavy metals or
You're
anything
not,
else
you're not,
from
going,
water, have you?
you're not climbing up there to clouds and saying, "Can I have my bloody water back?" Wringing it out and just putting it back in the pond, are you? You're putting fresh, so it's a change.
Technically, you should be putting distilled water back in, shouldn't you? Then you'd be putting back exactly what's being taken out.
Yeah, it would be, yeah.
If it's
To
only
be fair,
evaporation.
I have mine on my skimmer is my trickle out as well. Like the water level determines my trickle out, and I'm always shocked at how much water is coming out when it's raining. Even not like a massive rain quantity, like it's not pissing it down, but there's a lot of rainwater that goes in ponds, and it does do quite a lot of water changes. Just rain.
Do you know what? I don't even know how much I change. I just clean the filters and top it up. Done.
That's all I do, mate. And I
That's all I
consider
do.
that my water change. I drop 3 barrels out to clean my filter system. and I top it up, and I roughly think, well, they're 100 litres per barrel. If I give it 2 runs through, I take out 600 litres and top it back up again. And
What's the inner chamber of a Nexus 320?
80 litres, I think. Is it, Aaron? 80 or 100 litres in a Nexus?
Like on the inner chamber. Don't forget, just
I
the
topped mine up and left the hose pipe on for 2 days and did a total water change on both pools.
It was crystal clear, though, wasn't it?
Not intentionally.
No.
Pure rain tops up evaporated water. It does, but those are the periods of the year where it doesn't rain, then it's evaporating out, isn't it? Or otherwise we wouldn't get water falling out of clouds. It doesn't have to be scorching red hot to create evaporation.
And if you heat it, you evaporate more as well on
Yeah,
the night.
you do, yeah.
It's windy.
100%. I mean, my tropical fish tank's at 26 degrees and it just sits in here, and every fortnight I have to top that back up by 2 inch. At least.
Put a tighter lid on it then.
I have to run a dehumidifier in my filter house because it gets mouldy in there from the amount of water from my filter house. You know, there's so much water that's gassing up, you know, just from evaporation because I'm heated.
That's the other thing. If you've got air stones in that are bubbling and popping away, you're constantly getting evaporation via that too, aren't you? Only on a slower process, but still 89 litres on the inner.
What about a Tempest?
A Tempest,
5 litres.
What is your view on Tempest? I have my view, but it'd be interesting on all the
I've seen Gary Gatwick at Gatwick Koi. He has a pond with about 200 like small Nisai in there, ran on 2 Tempests and nothing else.
Yeah.
And the water is crystal clear.
Was he feeding them?
Yeah.
It just they work. There's no doubt. Obviously, you got K1 media water passing over it. You know,
27 litres in the Tempest.
So you got 27 litres in a Tempest. So they've got maybe 20 litres of K1 in each of those things. So you've got 40 litres of K1. The surface area.
You've changed all the valves and everything.
That's the only downside. If they made the product out of substantial components, they would be good. At the end of the day, I personally think they are charging a premium price for the product. So it should have premium components to it. You shouldn't be having valves that pack in within a matter of weeks or months of having them. That's the only downside to it for me.
Yeah. I hate these doctrines and make it right. It should come out of the factory like that, shouldn't it?
But it's like on the punts for me, that I've had 3 return this week.
You're not getting no sponsorship from me either, Matt.
When I'm doing quotes for pond or filtering stores or new ponds, I'm having to put the caveat in there now that if you go with the option of EA pumps, I will guarantee the warranty on it, but I will not.
Got such
I can't cover the cost of coming back to replace it or to sort out the problem. Because if you imagine if I'm an hour and a half away from a pond, and the EA pump goes down, really, in effect, I should be going back there and swapping it over or looking at it to find out what the problem is. I can't afford to do that, a 3-hour round trip, or just driving time to go and do it. So I'm having to give them the option of I'll say it, Aqua 40, which I've had no returns on whatsoever, but you have to pay a slight increase in the price of it, or an EA one, which I will replace at your requirement, but I won't take any responsibility for going there to site to sort it out.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's fair enough.
Go on, Philip. Philip's got a question. Or did I miss one? Or we got a question?
So
Joe, did you really
I've just worked out. So a month I am doing 9.6% water change on 4.2 thousand gallon. 4,200 gallon, 9.6%, and that is two times a week, 2 drops of a Nexus inner chamber and 2 Tempest cleans every single clean, and that works out.
There's that 4 pumps go down on me in 2 years.
Yeah.
He's had a free replacement on every one though.
Yeah, but the crafty thing with it is that it is only from when you purchase the original pump. So if you bought it 23 months ago, you can get your replacement, but your replacement is only warranty for 1 more month.
Correct.
And then you're out of it. So, like I had.
Okay, so let's put this into a perspective, right? So they're giving you a pump, brand new pump, after 23 months of solid use, right? If you was to bring that back in another 23 months' time and replaced it again, right, you could pretty much run your pond for free. Constant replacement every 23 months.
But if you're paying £250, £300, depending on the size of the pump, wouldn't you expect that pump to last you more than 2 years?
Exactly. It's guaranteed for 2 years. So the guarantee will tell you exactly how long they expect you
it to last, because it's guaranteed it for 2 years. Yeah.
Not long though, 2 years. I would have expected
nothing.
Like 5 years.
But that's what they're saying. They'll guarantee it for 2 years, and if it jacks in before that, they'll replace it. So
sometimes it don't. We live in this world today where if something breaks, we've got to replace a whole new unit. It's not always the case. It's like a simple fix can replace it at a fraction of the cost.
Yeah, it could be a diaphragm that's gone or something.
The funny thing is now with the EA, and you'll know this, Crafty, now, if your pump is the fault, you have to send back the pump and the controller. Because what they're actually saying is, although your pump is the faulty item, it may be the controller that's caused the fault. So what was happening in the past was people, and it's happened here, that I've swapped over a pump because I can identify it's a pump that's at fault, swapped it over, an hour later, that pump, a brand new one, has got the same issue and taking out the RCD or causing one of the error codes. So now you've got to take off your pump and your controller and send it back to get your replacement. And like I said just a minute ago, you're only getting a 2-year pump, and that's it.
How do you think any of the others do it?
Well, Superfish don't. Superfish, for a start, which we class as a cheaper alternative, have got a 3-year guarantee on it. So what does that tell you?
Okay, so if it, but if a part goes wrong, right, and they say, right, we need it all back in order to get a new one, which is generally what they do, you still got to do the same thing. You can't get away from it. Either way, a replacement will be given. It doesn't matter what brand it is.
Superfish offer a 1-day replacement, like to your house.
Yeah, exactly.
Incredible.
Yeah.
And I run 3 Superfish pumps. Not once have I had a problem with them. But I've only been going 3 years. And they're really economical as well.
So this is the best thing ever invented, Philip King says. That's not true.
A bread slicer is better than Tempest.
I was going to say sliced bread. God damn it, Crafty, you nicked it. Or the wheel, perhaps maybe was a slightly better invention, but each to their own, mate.
So down on the sheds here, we've only been here 2.5 years, and there's 14 pumps in total, and every pump or every controller has been replaced twice, if not 3 times, under the warranty.
But it's still been replaced, hasn't it?
It's still been,
yeah. But
that's all they say they will do. Is irrespective.
I'm just talking about the quality. I don't care about their warranty terms of whether they're going to replace it or not. But particularly a dealer, when you've got the quantity of fish that we got,
he's not the manufacturer of them, either. EA is the outfit selling the product produced by somebody else.
Yeah.
That's
And
the issue. You can't hold EA responsible for the product that they don't produce themselves.
But
well,
you can because they put
you
their-
can. It's the
They
same.
put their brand name
Yeah, of
to
course
it.
you can.
Yeah,
They should
100%.
get someone better to make it.
It's the manufacturer that's at fault.
No,
The Chinese. Oh,
if EA are putting their
Yes.
name to it, they're responsible for it.
But they're not the
Right,
manufacturer.
okay, let me just put it to bed, right? Because EA over COVID's right. So the reason why they had a lot of bad stock and they're through it now, from what I'm hearing, because we too are a dealer of EA. During the COVID era, when parts become really hard to find, what the manufacturer done offshore was they sourced a cheaper component without
There
EA's
we go.
knowledge.
See, the manufacturer.
Right. So without EA's knowledge, those pumps went out to customers and a hell of a lot failed. They investigated on the batch numbers. They put it back to a batch, found out that a part had been replaced with a cheaper component, therefore causing all these faults. I am told now that because every faulty item that comes back takes a hell of a lot of bloody time to put right out of your working day. Right. And it's not something that we like to do because we make no money off it and we have to put all that time in to put all them faults right. So when we've looked into it, that all of that shipment has actually been taken back to the manufacturer. That component has been put back to the normal quality. So we shouldn't see the amount of issues that we have been seeing on the rise over the last 12 to 18 months. And the reason why there's such a backlog for orders on the pumps is because they was putting that problem right.
yeah.
There's a debate now. Tempest are great. Looking after Rick's fish, I have bought from him very well. The Tempests, I'm not knocking the Tempests. They do the job. But if they're that great, why is there so many of them for sale on market with people getting rid of them?
I'll tell you what, Gaz, right? Last time I done my clean, okay, I forgot to open the valve up that feeds my Tempest because like every one of my returns got a valve.
Valves on it.
So I'd locked it off, done the clean, put it all back on, and left it. And then I was like, my missus was like, "Is your water right?" It's like, "Yeah, why?" And it's like looking, and I shit you not. I was like, "Yeah, maybe my UV needs changing." But then done me clean, went to do the clean on the Tempest, no water in it. Right, and over 3 days, you see the clarity of the water was different. So it does do a job. It does do a good job.
Well, they do a good job. I seen that muck that Aaron brought out of his today. Banging job. Did it absolutely tons and tons of crap in it.
I'll tell you the problem.
Aaron's only works as good as it does from all the modifications he's made to it.
I've not made one modification to mine.
You have? Have you not had a fault with your valve?
None at all.
But the other 74,000 people have.
Not one, mate. Honest to God, and on heart, I've not. Right, and
you know that everybody knows it's a fault on them.
Yeah, 100%. Even EA, they've even changed it on the new Tempest that's out. Not the surge filter, that's different.
Yeah, on the new.
They've modified it, and at the last national, they was even giving out new valves to people because they reckon.
Yeah, if they brought a receipt. Yeah, I mean, that's what it's on. But that my point that we're trying to make is that if it's again same thing. If you're talking about any product that's faulty and not doing its job, because it's an inferior part, but even if it made an extra tenner on the price of it, so that people don't have to go to the trouble of not being able to use it because it's broken or it's faulty.
Fucking no need for that, mate. They're priced in my opinion, too pricey.
Well, there you go. So I mean, to have that proper good valve that doesn't leak on it would be easily within the budget of what it's already cost to purchase anyway.
The problem with the Tempest, the upflow, it's just an upflow filter. That's all it does.
Yeah.
Right. The problem is that people were sold it as an answer to what they call fines, and what they try to achieve is what Ollie's achieved, right? Which is crystal clear gin water without a fucking trace element of a fine anywhere. All right.
And they do work.
People chasing that clarity.
Yeah.
And then the Tempest doesn't deliver that. It doesn't, but it does take out a lot of shit out your water without a shadow of doubt.
And the comment I always make on the Tempest is any filter really in line at the right speed will do exactly the same as Tempest.
Yep.
EA have take my hats off to them. We've got the best marketing team out there because they're selling the product through marketing and not through anything else. You see on the forums where somebody says, "What's the best pump you can get? What's the best filter you can get?" Everybody goes EA, 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 but that's because that's what they're running at that particular time. When
It's
you
a
start,
brand, isn't it? It's a well-known brand. Once you're a well-known brand, you can sell your products no matter what it is.
well, Ricky, you always got a good comment about EA.
Matt, we made right a comment earlier that, you know, on this channel we can talk about all the good things. EA, without a shadow of doubt, at the price point, provide the best filter for a pond at the price point. In order to go from EA's product to the next product, you're looking at another 1,200 quid.
Yeah.
1,400 quid.
Are you really?
Ollie's on from a Nexus 320, right?
So how much is the Nexus 320?
About 1,600 quid.
And how much is, say, a 20,000 Filtru Combi 2?
That's the math.
The cheapest Burton combi drum is 2,600.
Okay, so a Filtru, and I haven't said this all night. What are you running, Ollie?
Filtru.
How many issues have you had?
One motor.
Yeah. Easily replaced and the same money. So I went to I won't say the name, went to a company last year it was, and I walked in with a badge and he said, "Oh, would you be interested in doing all of our installs?" And I said, why do you want to install the Nexus 320s? And he said, because we make money on them. And I said, but you can provide another one that was going to do more or less exactly the same job, if not way better, but the margins weren't there for them. And to me, you know, it just, I haven't sold one Nexus 320 or any of the Nexus because I'm trying to get the customer.
I sell drums, I sell Nexus, I sell pressure filters, I sell box filters. Every single filter on the market I sell. Okay?
Yeah.
In the price bracket, if you want something that is not mechanical, does not rely on high pressure motors, etc., a Nexus is the answer to that. If you want a drum, right, you're going down the Filtro is a good answer to that. We also have one of them on the golf course pond. Okay, and they're a cracking bit of kit. But if you don't want a drum, all right, it's like in order to go from one to the other, again, you've got to look at all the variety, like all the footprint of the Nexus 320 is awful.
No, can I jump in a sec?
Yeah, go on.
Going back to what Gaz said about the Tempest, if it's that brilliant, why are there so many up for sale?
Mm-hmm.
You've got to say the same about the Nexus. You go on eBay, there's hundreds of them. And drums are very far and few between.
Yeah.
Sell second.
I think you go to put it in a nutshell. If you start off in the hobby, we normally start off small, growers ponds, bigger filtration, get more into it, get more involved, more advanced, and end up where you're at the end scale, where you're at drums and finer filtration systems such as them. I think you'll see some of these products that are there for genuine things, people selling up, people changing them, people get rid of them because they're not as good as what they expected them to be, and then see the better clarity that they get from a drum.
But again, it's about clarity rather than keeping water.
Talking about learning curve, before I met Matt, there used to be a place called Tinkered and Coy. They're now shut. But he sold all, I don't know if it's Wasso or Waste equipment. A waff.
Everybody,
Wow.
Yeah.
that's different wherever you are.
And basically, I didn't have a clue. I still don't, but I was definitely at the bottom of the thing, and I believed what I was told. I bought an Oasis filter. Wasn't cheap, but I
Pressure
now know.
filter.
No, it was the pull the foam up job.
Ones with the foam put
on the
You
mat.
got it.
conveyor belt.
Yeah.
It
On the
wasn't
mat.
one cheap, 500-600 quid maybe, and obviously a matching pump. I now know that was rubbish, but the gentleman that sold it to me told me it was dog's bollocks. There was nothing better out there. But you buy what the dealer suggests. Most dealers, you've got to equate to the customer's budget, circumstance, setup. And personally, I can only speak from what I find is good. And I found the drum to be absolutely brilliant. I know the filter is the lower level, but that to me is a good thing because it's affordable.
But you're capable of tinkering with it as well. So
Yeah.
you need to
Yeah.
other people aren't. I think the reason there's so many Nexuses on the market to sell is they're a solid item that you can resell. So if you shut a pond down or you you can sell it easily. A drum isn't as easy to resell if it's broken, or it's not such an easy sell on. Certainly ones that have got issues, because you've then got to do work with them.
And a lot of people don't like to buy a second-hand mechanical moving part.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, EA of the Nexus and that it is literally made them. That one filter system it's been the biggest thing the company's ever done, and all the other products they do are just the same as pretty much, the air pumps, water pumps, UVs. They are what they are, aren't they? They're just bought from China market.
I don't think there's any question over the EA Nexus that it is the best biological filter.
Well, it's K1 in it. Whatever you do with K1, it's good.
If you put 400 or 500 liters in its own chamber, it's going to still create the same as what a Nexus done on its outer ring.
Yeah.
What I can't quite understand with a Tempest or a Nexus or an Easy Pod, why do people settle for crap being in the pond, and staying in the pond? It stays in the pond until you clean it, when there's options available to people like a sieve for really cheap money. There's tons of secondhand sieves as well, where it's actually out of your water. Why have it in the water until you have to clean it when there's options that can remove it straight from your bottom drain straight away? I don't understand it.
Because that's just how filtration's always kind of been, isn't it? So, you say about sieves and whatever, but then they're not particularly good at it. The drum is the only viable option of removing waste.
Anywhere, in Japan, the number one thing in Japan is the fish poo. They excrete the waste and they get it out instantly. So why, with a Nexus or a Tempest or everything else, do you just leave the crap in the pond until
apart from all the mud ponds that are swimming around and just shitting wherever they want?
Well, that's the problem. Is there's such a dilution for crap to water ratio because there's so much water.
That's the volume, isn't it?
It's not a comparison really at that point.
Yeah, get snails and stuff breaking it down as well in mud ponds.
It's like a sieve to me. If say you're doing a pond on a budget, you could pick up a second-hand sieve for probably 100 quid and put a bio bed. And to me, you've got a way superior filter system than a Nexus.
If that was the case, Joe, do you not think EA would push that as the way to go?
But how much tier one? How much of the the Nexus is a bigger product they can justify?
And the margin that they're making over it compared to if they were making a drum and they
all
were
down
I don't buy that.
Down to sales and profits, isn't it? Whichever they make the most from is what they're going to push. That's the industry. That's how it is.
And that's what I felt.
As Vince just said there, you only have to be away for 2 or 3 days and the siev's clogged up, and then next week you come back.
This is the other thing. It's about ease of use as well. You've got to remember it's ease of use. Okay, so a Nexus takes away all the shitty hands that you have from a box filter, right? Couple of switches on an air tap, you know, isolate the water flow, blows it all off, turn the tap, sends it all to waste. You don't have to do half of what everyone done when the Nexus was introduced into the koi world.
Yeah,
you know, that was a big thing, and it's still a big thing now. You know, the thing that we see from customers that puts them off of drums, and don't get me wrong, I would sell a drum every day of the week, right? But there's no knocking at a Nexus, because, you know, one thing that you haven't got there is moving parts. And believe you me, in the shop, right, we've got drums and we've got easies and now we've got Nexuses. All right, drums are by far it takes away so much resource in order to keep on top of the cleanliness of your pond. But when they go wrong, fuck me, you're in a world of trouble.
But Crafty, Ricky, you can remember the old pond at the old house.
Yep.
Where I had 2 Nexus 320s underground or underneath the decking. And I was dissatisfied with the amount of fines that were floating around the pond. So I reached out to EA and I said, no, I've got this amount of literage, these amount of bottom drains, 2 Nexus 320s, I'm pumping X amount of literage through it. Their answer back to me was, you need to increase the amount of flushes that you do through the system. You need to, on both of the Nexus 320s, you need to flush 3 times a week, twice do the agitation, as it were, to get rid of all the crap out of it.
Yeah.
And then you'll have a clean pond. And I was dissatisfied, one, for the environment and the amount of waste water that I was disposing and the time that I was spending doing it. So I replaced those 2 Nexus 320s with 1 drum. And I can honestly, and this is my hand on my heart, I can remember saying to my son Ewan the following morning, shit, son, you need to get up and come and look at the pond. And he walked out to look at it, and I can remember his face. It was like, fucking hell, that pond is absolutely gleaming in less than 24 hours.
Okay, so the clarity may be, Matt, but is your water quality changed?
No, how can it?
But so it's about keeping water. If you want a sparkly pond, put a drum on it without a shadow of doubt. You get the best results that way, 100%. Right, but to maintain a quality of water that your fish can live in, they both do exactly the same thing.
The thing is, though, like, if you had the option to fish, you put food in, fish excrete crap. If you had the option,
why don't you just say fish shit?
Fish shit, right? Fish shit. If you had the option to take that shit out in 30 seconds, like in my pond, or 7 days because you're waiting to do your Nexus, like, which are you choosing?
Yeah.
Well,
Sure.
I mean, at present, yours is removing in 30 seconds. How's your pond running?
So if the crap in my pond is going down to my bottom drain, like, that would happen in what, 5 minutes? It's in my filter, through the bottom drain and in the drum in 5 minutes. And say my drum goes off every 20 minutes, that poo is out of the system in 20 minutes.
Yeah, but my question was, how is your pond running?
My pond's running fine. I've never had any problems with Well, I had nitrite, the actual maturity.
No, but right now you've got problems with your pond because you're replacing and replenishing water constantly through your drum system. That's
a bit unfair, guys, because that's...
Well, it's not, is it? Because that's what he's being provided with by his water board. Because the situation is still made. If as like Rick said, and Rick's maintained, fish, why change your water? You don't need to change your water.
If you had a Nexus,
I was going to say,
do water change. You have to drop the Nexus.
A settlement chip for the shit to go into would be just as effective, and having that shit removed and settling in a chamber.
The thing,
keeping and maintaining.
Here's one for you. Here's one for you. Okay, so how many times an hour is your drum doing a clean?
Say half an hour.
Every 20
minutes? An hour, 20 minutes, half an hour, yeah.
Right, okay. How many litres does it use every clean?
1.5 litres.
It all depends on your system.
Yeah.
I pay water. I think my water bill is about 50 quid a month.
Yeah,
for the
no,
whole
that's not
house.
what I'm getting at. I'm looking at, right, so with a drum, you have to have a constant trickling because the water that comes out has to be replaced, right? So again, there's the argument of with your source water, if it's not being pre-filtered or pre-filtered correctly, right, you've got a constant water going into your pond. Whereas with a Nexus, whether you're taking the shit out of the pond, I know what you're saying, all right, it's still in the pond, but it's not floating around in the pond. It's being held back.
No, but the longer it's in,
but you're still containing that body of water, and it's better to have that body of water than a constant change.
But my counter argument to that is the longer the waste is in there, the more ammonia it can excrete, the more parasites can live in that waste area. Trichodina cost you a big fluke, big deal. You know.
But Joe, there's a different point to this. How much of the waste fish produce comes in their waste? It's not a lot. Most of it comes out of the gills. The ammonia is coming out as liquid form from the gills. So being excreted, doesn't matter what filter you got. That waste is in the pond, whatever. Isn't it? So you've got a different scenario there. But the physical fish feces isn't really a breeding ground. Trichodina, yes, because it eats bacteria, but your natural bacteria is going to break that down. Your filter system, yes, it's better good to get out of a drum for water clarity's sake, for removal of that waste, ideal, but it's not the physical inorganics and whatever, the stuff that's not the main waste from the fish, is it? So you've got to weigh that up a bit.
But the waste is not that bad a thing to be in your pond, is it?
Hang on, come on. We've just got a brand new guest, Gaz. We need to say hello.
Thank you very much for joining us.
Hello.
How do you do?
Come online. What time? Where are we coming from?
Me?
Yeah.
I live in Tokyo.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, there you go. Is it morning?
Why not? Early in the morning.
Yeah, very early, I would imagine, is it not? Like 5:30 in the morning?
In Tokyo, it's
exactly.
right hours ahead.
How did you find this channel?
Yeah, always I watch it.
Oh, thank you.
Hey!
What do you think?
What do I think about your conversation?
Yeah.
When I was there, when I aged 20, around 30 years ago.
So what do you have a shop in Tokyo?
No, I'm just a former hobbyist.
Former hobbyist. Okay.
Is this Asuma?
Yes, I'm Asuma.
We see. Yes, we see.
Right, so now we get to actually meet. Yeah, brilliant. Right, so
Atsumi watches a hell of a lot of YouTube videos.
Yeah, you do.
Always on YouTube. Lots of comments.
No, I will listen carefully. So my English is not enough.
It's better than our Japanese.
Yes.
Sure.
So, in Japan,
yes,
filtration in the hobbyist world.
Yes.
Okay, what sort of setup do Japanese koi hobbyists use?
Normally, Waximi's machine is very popular. Have you seen Waximi's full automatic machine ever in video used to?
Okay.
Yeah, but that is quite expensive.
Yep.
Yeah.
Do many people use the more traditional methods?
Yes, but no one sets the back shower because electric cost is too high. I'm always surprised everyone use back showers.
Backy shower is their method. Okay, inside the backy shower, what media is the most popular in Japan?
filtering media, matting.
Jack
Matting.
Matting.
Yeah.
Very like different grades, or is it all the same type of grade in Japan?
I think same grade.
Yeah.
So your shower systems that you would use would go through Jack Matting courses of Jack Matting all the way through each tower.
But one thing, I'm always wonder no one use Takara and FOK pumps.
Again for us, Satsumi, slower, please.
Yes, Takara and
Takara.
FOK is the two biggest brands known, very popular in Japan. That is very standard for us.
Which is for water pumps.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is a very low cost electric. And that is only the good for transporting water.
Not pumping up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Low,
when
yeah.
I was there 30 years ago, every pond same level of the pond and the surface of the pond water, but no one use Takara and FOK pumps out there. So I just wonder. Everyone use pressure pumps.
There is a company in Holland that's doing a pump, which is only, it does not pump upwards; it pumps sideways only. Yeah, and they are really efficient.
Anyway, when you have the chance, I will try to introduce my Japanese friends, all the hobbyists.
Yes.
Yeah, that is a critical things. Your information, everything is came from Mr. Waddington. He is a good businessman. He knows breeders everywhere, but he never visited us. So I would like to find out the chance to collaborate with Japanese hobbyists. That is my ambition.
in the UK,
yes,
we do a lot of comparisons with Japanese farms rather than Japanese hobbyists.
Yeah, I know.
You know, which and they're worlds apart. They, you know, what you guys in the hobby world do in Japan is not what everything that you see in the koi farms. Yes or no?
Sorry again.
Okay, so the hobbyists, the filters, most people cannot do what the koi farmers do in their own gardens. Is that true?
Hobbies and breeder is a total difference. Hobbies has a hobbyist way.
Atsumi, what's the most popular koi food that the Japanese hobbyists would feed over there?
Sakihika is the best, but that is quite expensive. So
how much for a 15-kilogram bag?
you can find out Amazon Japan, and I use agriculture organizations breeders food.
Right, so you use a breeder's type of food. So you use
and I add the oil and mix spirulina. That's the way, hobbyist way.
So you add
spirulina,
just an additional oil to
yeah.
it to get it to bond.
You can buy Amazon. You can find a lot of spirulina powder out there.
So
that's why it's cheaper, and you can control the amount.
With another question to a couple of topics that you've put in the past, when you said through the summer seasons where we do a lot of things with our fish that you guys wouldn't over there, what exactly are you trying to get across that you believe we're doing differently or wrong?
Sorry again.
Right. In the past, you've said these times of the year, the growing season.
Yes, exactly.
Where the fish shouldn't be handled, stressed, dealt with, left alone to do what they need to do. Why is it that how we keep the koi in the UK, that's different to how you do it in Japan as a hobbyist?
But anyway, koi show in the summer is absolutely shocked when I was there 30 years ago.
So,
Yeah.
well, that's how we do it. In the summer is the only time when we get good weather.
Yeah.
So
what do you
different.
exactly say so?
Your
But-
climate's so much better than what we get in the earlier months of the year that you can have your shows at the beginning of the season, but we only have good months throughout the summer months.
We have 4 weeks of summer.
We get very
yeah, I know that is a good
this year.
opportunity to have the relationship with people. I totally agree. But I understand the koi show is actually koi show is I hate the word hinpyokai. That is exactly our style. And the end of autumn is exactly the time to finish and wait to try to compete with feeding result. That's the way of our hinpyokai. So when I back to the Japan, I spoke with breeders, and they say in England, koi show is held in the midsummer. That's out of order, but they say that is a good business chance. Everyone says.
Yeah.
So that's why I fed up, and I didn't care about the koi business anymore.
There's a difference in the UK though. Actually,
I know.
Because over here, people won't go out anywhere in the winter. Number one,
not winter.
But in the autumn, in the cold months. Okay.
No, but anyway, one day, I suggest, shall we have our private hinpyokai in somewhere in England? I would like to visit it.
We're trying to get something in the background. There is talks of trying to get something like this achieved.
Something sort of grow and show.
Yeah, no, more than a grow and show.
Grow and show
actually show very similar.
Grow
to
and
the
show is
Japanese.
exactly the basis of the hinpyokai.
Yes.
So we can graduate, improve, and reform your koi society, I hope. And I'll find some of friends, Japanese koi hobbyists.
Well, let's be part of it.
Anyway, I will put my career and my story in afterwards, your comments afterwards. And I will find out what shall we do for the future. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyway.
Thank you for joining us.
I have an English friend. He live in, he was born quite close to your koi farm.
Which one?
Hello.
That's my that's my
Yeah,
shop.
yeah. He's a half Greece, but he's a good friend over here.
Does he come to my shop?
He once when he was a teenager.
Tell him to come in to say hello.
Okay.
And I got to ask, how big is Howie Koi Dorset in Japan?
Dorset.
That's exactly the response we expected.
I knew I was going to get that response, but I had to ask.
Matt has a business over in the UK selling Japanese koi. He wanted to know how big his business is known in Japan.
How biggest is known in Japan?
Yeah.
So
Very big. Very big.
He sell so
Dream on.
The man in the middle has a koi shop in the UK. He wants to know if Japan know about his shop.
Is Japanese people knows the koi shop in UK?
No, nobody knows. He's being sarcastic.
Hey Joe, shut up.
All he does.
He wants to sell koi back to Japan.
It's fake.
That's over the head, boys. I can't. I've tried.
But anyway, I found that great things, a couple of great things. For instance, Koi Holmes is Ricky. He's very well. That is the standard of koi shop in Japan. Everyone grow by himself. Have you seen the backyards of Narita Koi Farm?
Yeah, of course. I've been there.
Yeah, he grew up. That is a way of make income. Every koi dealer is just an importer. Soon as import and sell it, they can't avoid the problems. So I'm quite pleased appearance of emergence of Ricky of koi wholesales. He's well done.
For now, yeah.
Yeah.
For now, yeah.
Every Japanese dealer grow himself and make profit by that way.
Yeah, I don't want to keep the fish that I've got. I just want to sell them.
Oh yeah.
Buy cheap, grow, sell.
Matt in the middle. Matt, this one. Very expensive. Very expensive. Like Narita, too much money.
But very high quality.
Not high quality, rubbish fish.
Top quality.
Hang on a moment.
Anyway, I want to improve your koi society. Too many people suffering from flukes.
Yeah.
Atsumi,
Yes.
a lot of the comments on the videos, I understand what you say about starting the season, temperatures increase, and feeding and not netting fish during the full season, and maybe hobbyists too quick to net, scrape, microscope. I see a lot of comments from you about that and that kind of keeping fish in there and grow season, and that's it. Obviously, one of the questions I have is that the UK water doesn't allow us to leave fish alone. Sometimes they need intervention, need care, and sometimes water in England cause flukes.
Is that what you're experiencing?
Yeah, I understand that. I have experienced your country's tap water is not drinkable. our tap water is always can drink. And I understand the poorness of fresh water of England, and I appreciate some part of south and west is. I was trying to do the things Cheshire in Warrington used to.
Yeah.
But I could get perfect water condition as well. I tried to do the same things when I was in Japan.
How well?
To be fair, the Japanese wash their ass with better water quality than we drink.
Pardon?
The Japanese people wash their assholes with better water than we drink.
Fresh water source is no problem. You can create water by yourself with watching koi. If koi's activity getting well, finally you can create the water. So, for instance, your friends in A and C koi. Yeah. That, I've always appreciate their style of keeping koi and their water color. Exactly same as our ponds.
Yeah. They fill theirs with
I don't know.
bottled water.
Is he or is he or I don't know who is A and C koi, but they are swimming.
They're very inexperienced hobbyists.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Their koi's swimming style, swimming behavior. That looks like our Japanese koi.
So if when me and Daz, the gentleman above you, when we come over to Japan,
yes, exactly, yeah,
later this year, maybe early next year, how many autographs are we going to have to do?
Autographs? Sorry.
How well is the GKP known in Japan?
Sorry again.
This channel. Do many of your friends watch my channel?
Japanese friend?
We're not going to get through many pens, Gaz.
We might have to buy a whole box of them. You never know.
They don't understand our sense of humor, mate.
No.
Anyway, a couple of years later, maybe automatic translating AI will definitely improve, and we can talk each other Japanese hobbyists in here, and you, and maybe just only in 3-4 years, I can be achieve.
That'd be good.
We should try our best to learn Japanese.
Yes.
No, not necessary, but
I would like to try.
Try.
Konnichiwa.
Yeah, that's good.
That's as much as
You're in.
That's it.
Atsumi,
Yes.
do you test your koi water?
Never.
Never.
No one has. That is a
Me neither.
tropical fish practice. We always that is a tropical. We always watch koi and adjust. We always find out koi and adjust. That is a way we proud. That is a way of koi. So
it's understanding the koi's behavior.
Yeah.
And then adjust.
And I always think about why UK koi hobbies is totally different habits. That is a way Mr. Waddington try introduce his own way. He just imagine, and he doesn't have any experience of keeping koi. So when I see your carp farmer's video, I found the man BP milling in west side of UK. I'm very familiar with his way. That is exactly our style.
Who is the best Japanese koi breeder?
I don't know. Now Sakai and Sakai, Kentaro Sakai is I know him quite well when he is young. Best mean what? Sakai Hiroshima is the best because they have their own lineage in the different lineage. So every other breeder has struggling interbrood.
Yeah.
Or they has to take another brood from another place. But Sakai Hiroshima complete his own this lineage, so he can mix with another place and another place. So
to get the bigger body.
Unbeatable.
What about Dainichi?
Dainichi?
Thanks for joining us, mate.
It's been a pleasure.
See you later, all.
See you next week.
Finally, I would like to breed koi in UK. That's my ambition.
Ricky breeds his own koi.
But I would like to introduce the European and carp to get into the Japanese koi.
Can I ask that I'm going to talk like Crafty now? Can I ask that you send a video of your fish and your ponds? I would love to.
They don't do any now.
I live in Tokyo. You can have a look. How can I keep the pond?
No pond.
Oh, you've no pond yourself. Right.
No.
I used to only 6 years ago, but my dad died, and I released the house, former house, and actually, koi hobby is not popular in Japan, especially town side. In Tokyo, totally impossible. Only the countryside people's hobby. That's it.
Atsumi, how did you find koi when you was younger?
I will tell the full story afterwards on the comment. Okay. I start koi. I can distinguish the koi variety since my age 3 or 4. Wow. My dad was a koi hobbyist.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you say you don't test water, even KH?
Don't know. As long as koi is well, how can we find out the KH? If koi is okay, I don't bother. Any nitrate is a necessary step to make mature water. So first priority is a fish way of swimming and the surface of the body. That we watch carefully and gradually adjust, and finally we achieve the perfect water quality. That's the way, exactly the same way as koi breeders keep koi in mud ponds. That is a way of our Japanese style to go. That is a.
But the Japanese koi farmer now,
yes,
looking at how to make fish big in concrete ponds.
Yeah, that is safer. Mud pond has a risk. Sometimes I know the story. Billions koi is lost, uncontrollable on the mud pond. That is the only way. And for instance, Momotaro's thousands tons artificial mud pond is a pioneer. He started the way of artificial concrete pond, and maybe safer than releasing mud pond.
Do you believe mud ponds better water than concrete pond, or not the same?
Only in economical things, mud pond is cheaper. And there are, as well as you know, there are thousands of mud ponds in Niigata. That is if we try to control everything on concrete pond, it requires a cost higher than mud ponds. That is only competitive economic things.
But the mud makes no difference.
Yeah, certainly mud is good for koi's mucus and creates clear and terry. But uncontrollable weather and for especially in recent years, Japan is too hot. So hot water is not good for finishing koi.
I would like to interview you for my magazine.
Yeah, and I will find out a better English speaker, and I would like to introduce the friends. Some of he's good at.
Joe has got a translator robot that he uses.
Go gas.
So sorry. Anyway, sorry. My English not improved. I stayed over 4 years. Yeah, but I haven't had a chance to speak English for a long time.
Very interesting.
Very good.
It's good English.
But anyway, please appreciate me. I am the only a person. I know the Japanese koi hobbies and I know the UK koi hobbies. No one knows. Even Japanese breeder never stayed UK over a week, just only a couple of days, having lunch and having judging show, and they never know what happening, what exactly the things doing you are doing out there.
Asumi, the other day when you watched my video and you said the behavior of the fish wasn't right.
Yes, too nervous.
Yes, and you said there's a way, videos and styles that the Japanese use to prevent them from being nervous. What was that?
You can start training, just feeding and
feeding.
Yeah, feeding and do not interfere any netting, any touching and scraping surface of koi. Totally, we never do that.
Yeah.
It's a way only
to encourage the better feeding, better swimming behavior again.
Yes,
to not be nervous by hand feeding treats to the fish, because I tried it on Sunday, the day after, and I got the fish feeding quite relaxed by the end of the day, just by feeding some treats. And that was not so much hand feeding, but waiting for the fish to come to me, then feeding. But the reason why they are so nervous is a heron has been eating them. So they are scared, they are spooked.
Anyway,
and Gaz went in with his feet.
It requires time to coil's behavior achieve to calm and. But anyway, A and C koi is always I watch. That is the way their koi's swimming behavior is our style. Always calm and always interested in food like this, and water quality will be mature and every total things will improve. That's a way. That is a skill, and we can compete with ways of koi keeping. Or total atmosphere, total koi's environment is a way of key of success of koi keeping. Everyone competed, and I also said our conversation topic: how to feed, how they catch a food, how they swim. Everyone speak about the things, even beginner and breeder and top hobbyist and top breeder. Our most highest priority of interest, koi, how they eat the food.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
Good. Now, anyway, I should go to park with a friend, and anyway, I will speak to you soon again.
Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
I'll put my career, my story in comment afterwards.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right, thank you.
So different way of
Rick,
keeping
did
koi.
you notice how quick Atsumi went off of line? Man? First time they've ever been on, boom, gone.
Found the red button in.
Been trying to get on for years.
Right, guys, that is what we're going to call a wrap because we're pushing up to 5 hours. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining us this evening. Thank you all for partaking and sitting here right through to the 4 hours and 41 minutes and 29 seconds. Thank you, everybody, for joining us on the panel.
How many people on that?
Guys, as always. What?
How many people on?
There's still 88, believe it or not.
Still,
Still, after 4 hours, 41 minutes, still got 88 people watching. 87, and it's dropping. And you're right, it does love koi pond. That's, yeah. Mine's dead. Mine's died a long time ago. Usual thing, guys. If you've been enjoying this kind of content, do us a huge favor. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend, even if they are in Japan. Until next time, keep smiling, guys. We'll catch you in the next one.
Cricket bat.
Good night.
Good night, all.
You bunch of cricket bats.